oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear. And the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Welcome to the mind of H.P. Lovecraft. Call of Cthulhu.
Hello and welcome to a stream by me, Tabletop Junkie, and friends. Here at this table today, we have SpartaChris, we have Witch King, and we have Colin right here. And we are going to play a different game. We are taking a break from our Castles and Crusades, partially because I still have to finish up some maps, and partially because it's Halloween. So, here we are today, and we are going to play Call of Cthulhu for you guys. That's why there's this cool background, and this is why you guys see things. So before we begin, I'm going to describe what as the audience is going to see. Not only are they going to help describe the scenes tonight, today you will see the exact following, and I see something at the edge of a screen real quick, but I gotta make the chat disappear. There we go. Oh crap! Something disappeared. Nah, messed up our screens. Anyway, I hit a button. That's all. Anyway, so there's three things you guys will see. The numbers in red will represent their character's health. The numbers in blue will represent their character's sanity, which is why each of them. So what you see here is the number on the left represents their current sanity, just before they reach 0 and go insane. The number on the right is the sanity that they had prior. It is not their max sanity, it's what they started off with. So they already, before the first session, already lost sanity during character creation. The numbers in green represent the character's luck, and the numbers in purple represents their magic points. So, I do hear an echo. I don't know if someone's got speakers going on. If you guys could just try, whenever I'm talking or someone else, just be muted for a minute.
Okay.
Yep, sorry. I just hear an echo and it's kind of getting in my ears. All right. Yep, just for a moment. All right. So that is going to be the rules for tonight. You guys are going to watch these characters either slowly die, run out of luck, use up some magic, and go insane. So enjoy that ball of mess. All right, so
Yay.
This is Call of Cthulhu, people. So it's supposed to be a ball of mess. So Colin, stop sending messages. they're causing you to mess up the screens.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't realise that. Sorry.
Anyway, before I introduce these characters and how they are going to know each other, I'm going to have them go around the table and describe or basically tell us their name and their character that they're playing. And since Colin is so much liking to send messages, we're going to start with him.
Okay, right. I am playing a British Army veteran named Draco Ravenwolf, being reasonably well off. He had a good education, and he has a nickname of Corax because he learned Latin at school, as everybody did, and Corax is Latin for raven. He is his mid-30s. As I say, he had military service, which cost him a little bit of sanity in the stats ways. Left him with a scar on his face, which is one reason why he is rather unusually bearded. He is as I say, he's a reasonably good family, but he's not as noble. But he does have enough money that he doesn't have to work. So he's really been interested in history. He was born in Glastonbury, so he's got a little bit of a connection to history and to the arcane. And he is what's Cthulhu, the game class, is as an antiquarian. That's to say, he's interested in history, archaeology, and the like. So he lives in England. He's got connections with a variety of universities, but he's not actually a professor because he doesn't need to work.
All right.
I can actually work out how to do this.
All right. Well, let's go with the next experienced player on this team, as that one of the players is kind of new, and he needs to know how big stories go. So, Witch King, you got the table.
Yes, I am the Witch King, and I am playing Brian Lawless. You may think that's a weird name for a 1920s Texan who came to Boston and played for the Red Sox, but don't just wait until we play the game. So Brian was born in 1894 and was born especially in as an orphan at St. Cyprian's Orphanage in San Antonio, Texas. Around the time that he was 16, there was a baseball scout near his orphanage that noticed where he played and how awesome he was. So he ended up getting recruited into the major leagues only a few years later. And he was just like a star player, and is still a star player, but in the past 2 years, he's been playing more and more, especially because he fought in World War I, and he was a veteran of that. Unfortunately, he was not an officer. He was one of the rank-and-file soldiers, and he also fought in the American Foreign Legion. But the reason why he has so much money, even though he's 26, is because he was such a popular player, and the team decided to give him back pay for all of the years that he was gone in the war. So that's why, in addition to the money he made before and after, he has a fine chunk of change on him.
All right.
Further, he has brown hair, green eyes. He's about 5'10", kind of slovenly looking. He has a fiancée named Celeste, who gives meaning to his life, especially after all he saw and went through the war. His ideology and beliefs is that he's a staunch atheist, and he believes that all of man's ills in the world are the root cause, or the root cause is religion. Further, and finally, during the war, he got an injury where he fractured his hip bone on his left leg, and so he kind of hobbles a bit.
Okay. Okay. And you mentioned he has a fiance.
Yes, I did.
This is either going to be a fun game or a sad game. So or both even. We'll have to figure that one out.
Both. Call A, call B.
Oh yeah. All right, and let's move on to SpartaChris here, buddy. Give us your story.
I am playing as Gregory Carmichael. He is born and raised in Kansas City, Missouri. He was raised in a relatively decent sized family of farmers. So he's got that old system of beliefs into him. Raised Protestant, carries around his grandmother's cross that he got from her on her deathbed, and joined the U.S. military when America entered World War I, and fought on the Western Front, helping to push back the Germans till the war ended, and stayed in the military, becoming a captain.
All right. Well, we got some good story here. Keep going, Chris.
That's basically about it.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Well, now we are going to be now that we got the introductions out of the way, I got to do my introduction. I am sorry. My name is Tabletop Junkie, and I am the keeper for tonight. Also, the torturer, the insanator, whatever else you want to call me. I'm the one that will make everyone go insane or not. But we'll have to figure out how well these characters do. So we are going to be playing. It's going to be Call of Cthulhu Horror on the Orient Express, Part 1, Through the Alps, also known as Dancers in the Fog. The game is going to begin 2 years ago in the year 1918, at the end of World War I, or near the end. Each of the characters have spent time going through the woods, defending off the enemy, and the cold, wet rain. They hear clash of thunder and lightning. Each one begins running through the woods. They have a dream of this every night. They remember the horrors. Gregory and Brian were in the same platoon. They definitely their platoons were merged when they were probably separated in separate platoons, but then they were wiped out. They begin going through the woods. They hear a noise, someone crying out. It sounded like a child. They investigated, and before they knew it, they were pointing guns at Draco Ravenwolf. Draco was alone in the woods with no allies. Just him against the enemy, meeting up with Gregory and Brian. Draco was originally part of the Allied forces that were actually allied with the U.S. Army. And as Draco takes a foot forward or back, revealing himself to be part of the Allied forces, he slips and falls down a shaft. Gregory and Brian jump after him to grab his hand, and as they grab their hands, his hands, both together, they forgot that the ground is wet and muddy, and they started sliding themselves. They fall down they fall just a few feet down into this tomb. And as soon as they light a torch, the last thing they remember is something horrific. We don't know what that is. Their memories have been repressed. After that, all three were shortly discharged, but they did meet one common man 2 years ago, Dr. Julius Smith. Each of you wake from your beds, cold sweat because you were having that dream. It is 2 years later. The year is 1920. You guys get up and do your daily routines. Breakfast, cleaning your house, doing any jobs that you have. As the mail began to run, each of you have received a postcard from Dr. Julius Smith. For Gregory, it is inviting him across seas to join the Challenger lecture. He definitely wants you there, as that you, over time, have developed a relationship with Dr. Julius Smith, that he thinks you found something overseas in World War I. But of course, Yep, of course. He could not not invite Mr. Brian Lawless, who accompanied you. Brian probably, it is up to the Witch King on this one, but Brian has developed a relationship as well because you guys were both part of the same platoon, and he loves anyone who can basically who he could tie to this little adventure.
Okay.
So you can tell me what it is later. Chris and I already talked about it earlier. So you received the same postcard. So as you're going through probably your breakfast ceremony of the day, just going for breakfast, probably thinking about seeing your fiance, you receive a postcard. And it is an invitation, and it already has a ticket purchased for you to go overseas and to join the Challenger Lecture as well.
Is it the off season?
It's closer to the end of the year. It's not quite snowing, so yeah, I would say probably the off season.
Okay, because he needs to get paid.
Oh, you're gonna get paid.
Oh no, I don't want him to lose his job. He doesn't want to lose his job.
Well,
if he just skips out on the...
Well, it does state in the letter how important the Challenger Lecture is. This is a very serious matter. That's why he's inviting you.
Oh,
Could it be that the professor is relatively wealthy and is offering him to compensate for his time away?
Oh,
well, here's the thing. Brian has a lot of money. He has a 70% credit rating, so that means that he has a $50 spending level, $350 in cash, and $35,000 in assets.
Don't worry.
So,
yeah.
It's not that he's worried about being compensated, it's about him being worried about not being there for his fans and his job.
Oh yeah, no, this is you're going to be well compensated for this, or at least he made it out to be in the postcard because he really needed to see you over in Britain.
Okay.
Or England.
Well then, as soon as I can, I will head to New York and hop on a boat.
Yep. All the travel tickets to get there has already been purchased for you and was given to you in an envelope.
Is there anything strange about the envelope? I mean, I wouldn't really know as a character, but I'm just curious.
As your character sees the post guy go away, he's not a post guy. He's a guy and wearing a black hat with a black trench coat that delivered it to you. He gets in he gets into what looks to be a big black car, for that time, and drives off.
Weird.
But Mr. Smith's handwriting. You know that it's definitely him.
How does my character know him?
You guys actually met you guys still met during the end of the war. When you guys got pulled out of that shaft, you guys came out bumbling, like just stumbling over words. So he was actually investigating what you guys saw. However, you guys couldn't quite comprehend what you saw. So that was actually kind of leading to a dead end, but he thinks you found something, so he's actually been a good friend of yours for years.
Oh, cool.
Yep. There's a reason for it. Once you guys go to the Challenger, well, it's been about 2 years.
Regular correspondence that said, "Hey, I have come across some new information, and I would like you to come and join me in discussing this."
Yep.
If I ever run Massive Marilathotep for you guys, which would be quite the undertaking, there's a character in it named Jackson Elias, and he's a good friend of yours in the campaign.
Nice. All right, back to this one. Let's not get too far off topic. All right, so Draco received the same letter, and the thing is, what you guys don't know, but the audience gets to know, but your characters will not get to know, is that you guys received your letters at the exact same hour, minute, and even second.
Weird.
Well, we don't know it's weird.
Oh yeah, we don't know that yet. If we ever learn to call, actually.
Yeah, that is very true. All right. So as each of you now, each of you, regardless where you live at, has been given the proper travel expenses and a packet that came in a old Manila envelope. You do not shell anything out. And then you even have a hotel key. Each room has been rented for each of you, as well as a menu for the next 2 weeks. All expenses paid.
Okay.
As each of you guys begin to travel, 2 of you end up at New York, hopping on the boat, prepared to go to London, England. Brian and Gregory, I reckon you guys would recognize each other almost on the spot.
Oh yeah.
Shake hands and say, "How are you doing?" I'm good too.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in quite a while.
It has been a while. I've heard of your exploits in the field on the sports teams and everything.
Yeah, the Red Sox is paying me quite a lot of money, but I'm just there for my fans as best I can.
Well, it doesn't helps to be paid decently.
Oh yes, definitely.
Interesting. So I've got this, and this is about 3 weeks' time. Oh, interesting. It's some nice advance.
Mm-hmm.
When I've
And you
seen
get to
it,
take a train ticket too. You don't have to.
He gets the train ticket. he doesn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
He's already over in Britain.
I get this way ahead of time because no one's had to account in how long it takes to get a ship across the Atlantic for me. I'm not sure how.
I think it's 3 months roughly.
It's not that. No, it's. I mean, I was trying to look it up, but I'm not actually sure what the.
Actually, I think I might say in the investigator's handbook.
Yeah, it's going to say the Keeper's Handbook. It's the Keeper's Handbook.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
Okay.
Let me see. Give me just a hot second here.
I was hoping we were going
to get too deep into that. I was hoping we wouldn't get too deep into that part because.
Okay, I'm just saying it because it obviously means I've got it ahead of these. Well, I've got it.
Or I mean, you could have also got it later than us too, in time for us all to show up at the same time.
Well, no, I mean it doesn't matter. It's just that simply because of the geographical change, we're all going to go at the same time. But in my case, I don't have to arrange travel for it. You guys have got to do travel time. That's what I'm thinking.
Hang on.
Oh, what's that time again?
I'm looking up the movement now. For God's sake, where's the table of contents? Table of contents. Flipping through the book.
Down the bottom.
Well, that is interesting.
Nope, that would be the investigator's handbook, actually.
In 1907, the liner Maritina, with a capacity of 2,300 passengers, was able to cross the Atlantic in 4.5 days.
Ow!
A record held for 30 years until the the liner Queen Mary reduced the crossing to 4 days. Okay,
I thought it was longer than that, but fair enough.
All right, 2,451 miles, and let's see here.
It says an Atlantic liner travels at 29 miles per hour.
Yep.
I thought it would have been longer than that, but fair enough. It's okay. That means it's not that much.
No, I didn't. And
we're not taking a sailboat. We're not taking a sailboat, boys and girls.
Oh yeah, no. I'm thinking. I know there's difference, but obviously not that much. If there's not that much difference, then it's. Oh, go away. Sorry, my computer's being silly buggers when it comes to Adobe.
It takes 4 days. That's it.
Well, in that case, that's fine. In that case, I'm sitting down there reading the paper.
Yep, you are on one train heading right into London.
Yeah.
And so
Which is a train.
so this train attendant comes up to you and says, "Ticket, sir."
I hand him my ticket.
No.
Oh, no, not us.
No, you guys are on the
Oh my
bus.
God, sorry.
Yeah. Ticket, sir.
Oh, was that me or was this these guys?
No,
It's
that's
you.
you.
Okay. Yeah, here you go.
You were deep thought in a book.
Yeah, as usual.
And he looks at your
My
ticket
character
and he
sheet.
looks at the name and he says, "Oh my God, you're Mr. Ravenwolf." Mr. Ravenwolf, I do like to say we are not one of the most classiest trains next to the Orient Express, of course, but we did get a special order for you today, and
Wow.
you are to have this is going to be your brunch hour, and they brought you a nice steak with some nice vegetables, all mixed in together with some mashed potatoes, and you actually got a glass of wine.
Thank you very much. Good grief. What was the name of this guy that invited us again?
Julia Smith.
Julius
Dr.
Smith.
Julia
Thank you.
Smith. Yep.
Probably some good cigars from South America too.
Oh, we will not talk about that yet. We're gonna get into that because his favorite time of socializing with people is enjoying a nice cigar and brandy. So as you guys make it to overseas, you guys took a train right into London as well. And then at the station, you guys actually have noticed that Draco is off looking at the address of the hotel that he's supposed to go look at. Unfortunately, during these times, the streets are congested with people walking, so there's not a lot of automobiles out there, and you guys do have to walk to your hotel.
This is before traffic laws.
This is London. Is it raining? Right, it's 1920s, so the fog's gone, isn't it? It's not that foggy. I don't think in the 20s.
No, well, are you sure? Because I thought that the fog would have been around until like the 60s or 70s.
Possibly. I mean,
you guys could the fog could be there. It's drizzling, but it's not like heavy rain. It's
Yeah, we're talking like a pea soup fog.
Oh yeah.
hold on. I have the London guidebook up in front of me.
Oh my
I'm looking
God.
at pictures. I'm looking at pictures of London in the 1920s, and it doesn't look that foggy.
So Piccadilly Circus, 1952. So that looks pretty foggy.
Are we seriously just looking at pictures on the internet, guys? We're supposed to be in a game here. Come on.
Oh no, I'm just wondering.
I think we're
about it being London. No, it doesn't matter.
Let's just say that it's drizzling and it's misty, and so it's kind of creating a nice little fog effect. Okay, we're kind of getting a little too detailed, folks.
Okay, no, fair enough. So yeah, I shall.
Well, no, we have to.
Don't forget, he's the keeper here. He's the one that gets to set the stage.
I know.
I'm just thinking I'm actually
Light
on
rain.
semi-home ground for once.
Fog, and the streets are wet, but you see people walking around. Probably a little chilly. This is probably going to be around fall time.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
I always like this time of year.
In London, in England, the word is autumn.
Yes, and I prefer that word actually.
Yeah, but you're walking around. You're walking around with two Americans, so it's fall for us.
That can be.
So much for my character, because he's like, fall, of course. Leaves fall down.
Sheesh.
So as you guys are walking to your destination, there is a couple things that you guys are probably thinking about. Some things that I need to make you guys aware of that your characters would know. Each of you know Professor Julia Smith, and there are several bullet points several notes that your characters very well could have on. We're not going to go into all of them, but I am going to tell you what all the bullet points are. So I summarize this. Here is what your characters know about Julia Smith. He is currently 54 years old, a heavyset Englishman devoted to his research. He has a very famous mustache. His favorite pastimes, of course, are enjoying a cigar and brandy during late hours. He loves to host dinner parties. You guys do remember having a really nice dinner party shortly after the war as you were being sent home and discharged from the military.
Probably had a number of dinner parties with him if he was kind of examining us.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys have been his most favorite test subjects. He specializes in European languages and archaeology, and his Lit D was conferred by the University of Vienna. In the past, he has aided in rendering difficult translations. His attention is currently matters of the parapsychological and paraphysical, with promising results. The professor maintains a townhouse in St. John's Woods where he resides in London. At this time, he's renovating to enlarge his library, which has actually been stated in there, so he does apologize for showing you guys to a hotel versus his estate. You guys do remember years ago he gave you a tour of potential things in libraries to help understand what it is you guys saw of why your memories would be repressed. The professor spends most of his time lecturing at the University of London or reading at the British Museum Library, which he has taken Draco there many times just for simple tea. You guys do remember, not long after the war, that you met Margaret, his wife, Margaret Smith. However, you did receive terrible letters stating as he was doing research on you guys that she passed away in the year 1919. And this time,
shame. Lovely woman.
And this times, he is accompanied by his butler, James Beddoes. Beddoes has been very nice to you guys and is a very well butler. Make sure that your pillows were fluffed as you stayed at his estate a couple years ago.
Did he leave chocolates?
Oh yes, wrapped candies. So you guys make it to the hotel. You guys go up to the front desk. The hotel clerk said, "How can I help you guys?"
We are here to see the what's the lecture name there, Greg?
The challenge. Oh,
Challenger lecture.
Oh, it's the Challenger lecture. We're here to see that.
Yes, that will occur. Yes. So may I have your names, because there is multiple guests here for the Challenger lecture. I do have a couple names I haven't scratched off yet. Can I have yours, please?
Brian Lawless.
All right, Mr. Lawless. You will be on the 6th floor, room 6.
Okay. And I head up.
All right.
Gentlemen, can I make a point? For you, for you guys, that will be the 7th floor. We, in this country, the first floor is the first floor above ground.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Just reminding you, because if it's at all relevant, we have the ground floor, then the first floor. Whereas I think you just have the first floor, don't you?
Ground floor in the United States. Ground floor is the first floor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, in this country, the ground floor is on ground level. The first floor is above ground level.
Yes. So for us, it'd be the 7th floor. So it'd be very comedic if Brian actually goes to the wrong floor and is trying to break into the wrong room.
Yeah.
That happens. Or do you want me to roll my intelligence to see if it could happen?
I'm not going to make you do that, but go. You know what? I am going to make you do that. Go ahead and do that.
Okay. Okay, let's get to the dice roller. Oh, dang it, I have to go to my server. Hold on a second. Here we go. 2d10 or 1d100 rather. I got a 60 and my intelligence is, I think, 35.
Oh. So you go on to the you go on. I'll come back to you. I can't do this right now. Next.
Gregory Carmichael, I am here for What's the doctor's name again? God, I can't remember.
Julia Smith.
Dr. Julia Smith's Challenger lecture. I do believe my room is on floor 5.
She looks and goes, actually incorrect. Your room is on the 7th floor.
Oh, okay then.
Yep. 7th floor, room 6.
Okay then.
All right. And next, please.
Oh, good afternoon. Okay, Ravenwolf, I have a reservation for the Challenger lecture.
Yes,
At
we
least
got
the
you right here.
Challenger lecture.
We got yep. You will be the 4th floor up, room 6.
Okay.
Meanwhile, somebody went to the floor not realizing how things work overseas in London, and decided and went into the wrong room. As the key would not turn, the door was answered, and someone going, "Oh, hey, honey, it's room service." And this young female with wearing nothing but a corset opens the door.
Oh, geez.
And she's very young. So it was, and you see flowers and petals over there. What you may have realized is that you disturbed a couple who just got married and they're on their honeymoon.
Oh, I doubt she'd be wearing just a corset, probably a robe over her corset.
This is England in the 1920s.
Modesty is still a thing.
Not in London, it wasn't. No, I'm just kidding. There are things over there.
Brian is like, wait, this is the 6th floor, room 6, right? It must be. That's what they told me.
Oh, honey. You said the 6th floor, 6-1. Honey, you're on the 5th floor because the ground floor doesn't count.
Oh,
You got
American.
one more floor.
Thank you. And I give them like $2 for their time.
Oh, okay.
Red cheek, blushing like no other.
It's like,
And I had up another floor.
yeah. So you make it to the room finally.
Okay, so these guys in the room. So I've got the room above me. I've got a newly couple. Oh dear, it's going to be noisy.
Yeah, there's one. Yeah, you know what's funny? You're in the 6th room, so the rooms are lined up because that's how they normally are built. Is they're usually lined up in the same location. So if you think about it, I put him in the room above them while you're below the room below them. I actually set that up when when you mentioned that little fun fact. I set that up. I totally just played that off on the fly.
What room did you set me on again? I can't remember.
7th room, 6th floor.
7th room, 6th floor.
Yep. No.
Or 7th floor, 6th room.
floor, 6th room. Yep.
Okay.
Have you guys noticed you're all in the 6th room?
666.
I'll let you guys play in that little idea if you do.
Well, I mean, technically,
because then I would know. Oh yeah, that's Nero's number that they ascribed to him.
Technically, it's not entirely 666 because we have another 6 in between us, so it's 66666.
Time to get into your gematria textbooks, everyone.
All right.
For God's sake.
So you guys, once you guys get in your room and get settled in, you guys realize that the Challenger lecture is going to start in exactly 1 hour, and it will be housed. Let's see. And it will be housed in the major auditorium next to this hotel. It's actually connected to the hotel, but the hotel doesn't own it. It's owned by a separate owner. But it's used for people to come in and do plays have hosted here and whatnot, and it brings the hotel business. The room was reserved by Dr. Julia Smith for the Challenger lecture, and you guys got roughly about 58 minutes left before you have to show up.
So it's a theater.
Yes.
So it's a theater.
Yes.
I will head down to the lounge bar and have a nice glass of whiskey.
Anyone who actually is at the hotel, once you flash your hotel badge, because the key, if you flash the key, the bar is an open bar.
Okay.
And because you're part of the Challenger lecture, it's already been reserved by Professor Julia Smith.
Like I said, I'll go down there and I'll just enjoy a glass of whiskey before I head over.
All right. What would Brian Lawless be doing at this time?
Brian would be playing solitaire by himself.
All right. And what is Draco doing at this time?
Drop my overnight bag in the room, and then I think I should probably, since I've got such a reasonably short time, I should probably go straight over to the auditorium, to the lecture hall, sort of chat with anybody else that I know and about.
Well, more people come in. It's a bit big. You guys do see your names on. You guys are in the third row, center section. The way the auditorium is set up is you have the first section is you have 12 rows front to back. Left section, it's called first section, and then the rows are listed. You guys are in the second section, third row. So you guys are in the center section, and then the third section also has 12 rows. There are seating up top, but there's no one there at the moment. It's kind of like an opera house, but they weren't reserved by Dr. Julia Smith. So
balcony seats.
What's up? Yes.
Balcony seats.
Yes, because he's not going to be speaking that loud. This is more of a lecture, not an opera.
There's a seating plan or names on the seats or something like that.
Yes, and everyone has seats. Everyone has names on seats.
Oh, so
he's invited everyone he's reserved seating for. He knows them by name.
Interesting.
I may recognise a few of the names, but I'm certainly going to recognise Greg and Brian's names.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, real quick question. So when Draco, Gregory, and Brian all got to the hotel, did we all come in together, or did we sprinkle in? Because if that's the case, if we sprinkled in, I'm gonna greet Draco at the lecture hall, or in the theater.
Okay.
So after I'm done with my whiskey, I'll walk over to the lecture hall and I'll see Draco. And I'm Draco, my old friend. How are you doing?
Greg, how are you doing? Hands out for a handshake.
Yeah, I'm good. How are your sisters? How's your sister's kids? I remember you mentioning in a letter last month about how she has another child coming along.
Yes, I know. 2 nephews and a niece now.
Oh, that's good.
Gradually growing. Husband's doing well as well in the foreign service. Did Brian come over with you? I saw Brian's here as well.
I did not see him. He did not join me on my way over. He went up to his room and I haven't seen him since.
He came. He is here. I saw his name. I did wonder when I saw the other names there when I got the letter from the professor. But
yes.
How are you doing? How's things with you?
Oh, good. I just got promoted to captain, so.
Congratulations.
Yes. Though the pay is not as good as one could wish, but it's still an honorable service to my country.
It is. Glad they let you stay in afterwards. After the.
I liked the stability.
I can understand that entirely.
Yes.
You obviously got leave to come over here. That's good.
Yes. How is the good professor? I know that you two have regularly met since since we all have departed ways.
He's okay. He's still. Obviously, he still hasn't got over the. You obviously got the news about his wife.
Yes, it was
passing away. I don't think he's really got over that yet. But this is not surprising. I mean, they were married for a long time.
Yes. It's very sad to hear, tragic to hear about it. She was a very lovely woman. Her cookies were rather quite delicious. Made me miss my grandmother's cooking.
Yes, and I can say it was as such things go. It was a very big, beautiful as usual phrase. Seems a strange phrase to use, but a very beautiful ceremony. It was well attended, as you would expect.
Is it true that that her death was mysterious?
Very good question. I'll put that on hold for the keeper.
I think Table may have fallen asleep on us.
No, I'm.
Oh, no.
Keep going.
We just wondered, was there anything odd about the death?
I'm sorry. No, there was nothing odd about the death, actually. She died at a ripe old age she was actually 2 years older than Professor Smith, so that would place her roughly about 56 when she died.
56, dying at that age?
It's not.
Well, not everyone lived to 100 back in the 20s.
Most people didn't even live to like 70 or 80.
I was about to say, I think there was a time that we barely lived to see 35.
Well, yeah, that was like a long time ago.
Let's not get into details of what average life expectancy means.
That was 1880, but okay. Anyway.
Yes. No, she was. I think she was unwell for a while, but there was nothing particularly mysterious about it. Before her time, perhaps, but
fell ill or something like that.
Yes, indeed. Reasonably sudden. As I said, I think, which is perhaps one reason why Julius hasn't got over it. Then again, this is what, a year ago, so.
Yep, only a year ago.
I mean, it's not.
And it may not be exactly a year. It could have been like it's coming up on the year anniversary, so it's very possible it's literally been less than 10 months. But it was in 1919.
So she could have died from the Spanish flu. When at the end stages of it, I should say.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, it was true that it was the Spanish. So it was true that it was the Spanish flu.
Well, it was an illness that she had, but Mr. Smith never closed her medical profile with you guys.
Okay. Well, it'll be good to see the professor again. It's been a long time.
Before I force this scene to move along, does Brian would Brian like to enter it?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Oh, look, there's Brian.
So Brian is like, wait, guys, wait. Well, like, oh, Draco, it's you. Come on, man, give me a hug. And he comes in, showing the gregariousness of Americans versus the staidness of English people.
Yes. Hello.
I'm sorry, I totally got lost time. I was playing solitaire up in my room. I met this nice couple. They actually told me I was on the wrong floor.
Of course.
That would be absolutely hilarious if that couple was here for not just their honeymoon, but also for the lecture.
Hold up a second. a second.
Of course, my friend. We do. Yes, of course.
So,
We
hang
do.
on, I'm gonna interrupt you here for a second, Draco.
Let's go.
As Brian mentions that, you guys do notice that a couple wearing a gray suit and one wearing a hat, and then the girl wearing a nice dress looks at it and says, "Hey, that's the guy that came up and was in the wrong room."
Yes, why don't you come and meet my friends over here?
And he looks and says, "Oh, I did not know you were here for the Challenger lecture. My name is George Martin. It's nice to meet you."
Nice to meet you as well. And he finally shakes his hand.
Yeah. Well, I do apologize. This is my wife, Mary. I know you guys met under very different circumstances. I hope she didn't make you. She said that you turn red as a tomato.
But yes, but I paid her for her time, for helping me.
Yeah. Well, you must be from the U.S. like we are. We're from New York.
Yes, I'm from Boston by way of San Antonio.
Wow.
Boston.
And is it true that you're the same Brian Lawless that plays for the Red Sox?
Yes, I am indeed.
Wow, I didn't imagine seeing you over at a lecture like this. I study. Do you have any study of any kind of study? I study psychology, and I have my own practice up in New York. What do you study?
He looks to his friends.
Well,
Physics
and he just walks away.
Physics and flight dynamics relating to the avionics of balls and bats.
Okay, all right, I get it. Baseball, just baseball.
I think that we should do what I just did, where he said, "Have you met
Okay.
Draco?" And then he just walks away.
Oh
Rounders.
boy. Yeah.
Hello, sir. I'm Gregory Carmichael. I am from Kansas City.
Oh, it's
Nice to meet you.
Oh, it's nice to meet you too. And suddenly his wife chimes in. It's like, oh, it's funny. I thought he studied some things because, honey, why don't you tell him about the research that you ended up getting some pages from ancient Sumeria? And it's like, yes. Even though I study psychology, I am adept with translations as well. And my office is about to receive from Professor Julia Smith translations from an ancient Sumerian text, pages that were supposed to be written in an entire book, but we haven't. They're actually been dismissed from the book. I will actually be also flying down to Arkham, Massachusetts, to go to the university there because they do have a copy of this said book called the Necronomicon.
That's interesting. I would like to see some of this research. I've kind of been dabbling a little bit in archaeology myself.
We got to get together sometime after this lecture. This is going to be I know this is going to be 2 weeks of our time, but Mr. Smith is going to give or Dr. Smith is going to give us one heck of a presentation. I hope you guys stick around.
I hope so too.
Have I heard of the Necronomicon?
Did you know?
Have I heard of the Necronomicon? Top.
He's asking if he's heard of it.
Oh! I thought he said he heard of it.
Oh,
have I heard of it?
Didn't hear the inflection in that at the end there.
Give me an occult roll.
Occult roll. Okie dokie. Bear with me a second. I think I know what that is. Sure, I've got the right dice. I think that's a no. Oh, come on. What is the matter with this flipping thing? Hold on. For some reason, my Acrobat's playing silly buggers. My computer's playing silly buggers. No, that's a fail.
That was a fail.
Yeah, that's 57. My cult's 30.
Spend 27 luck points, and I will say you heard about it.
Again?
What's up?
Spend 27 what?
Yep, spend 27 luck points, and I will say you heard of it.
I'm not that bothered.
Okay, all right.
Well, if I've not heard of it, I've not heard of it. I mean, Sumeria's not perhaps. Sumeria's
Very
not the
few
main.
people would have heard of the Necronomicon, if we're being honest.
Anyway. All right, so if you don't want to spend the luck points, that's fine, but that's what the luck points are also there for. So anyway,
You don't get. How does luck points work?
All right,
You spend them and you gain them back at a rate of like 1d10 per session.
Okay, so
Right.
so I will walk you guys. That's going to be something outside of the game to talk about, outside of the stream. So here's how they will work for right now. So you have a set of number of luck points. If you say you rolled a 57 and your occult is 30, you would only need to spend, I said 27, but you technically need to spend 28 to get a success. And basically your luck will go down from 60 and then minus 28 out of it. That is your new luck score. And you do get it back between certain sessions, and there is certain times that happens. But once you run out of luck, you also do run out of luck. So yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, this.
This is just a start, so it's just me trying to see if I can bluff you at a game of poker. Only Call of Cthulhu style. All right. Anyway, so you have not heard of the Necronomicon, so.
Mr. Martin, Mrs. Martin, like a Ravenwolf, lifts his hat to the. Well, actually, no, because I'm wearing a hat inside. When I shakes the gentleman's hand, bows, gives the lady a bow. Nice, delighted to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too, sir. And of course, they do the friendly gestures. At this point, you notice that a lot of people are starting to flood in. And some of them, not all of them, has taken their seats.
So there's no seats?
No, there's seats. It's just people are coming in and they're congregating. You see some of them have glasses in their hands. Some of the women there are married, so they got fans going on, and they're just coming in and they're congregating and introducing themselves. You guys do look at your watch, and each of you, as you guys look at your watches, notice that there is only 20 minutes left before the lecture starts.
Okay, then I go and sit down.
Well, perhaps speak to you after the lecture, sir.
Yep.
Welcome to London.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so
the
newlyweds, Mr. and Mrs. Martin does take. They do get to take the seats. However, they were not placed where you guys were placed. They were actually placed, third section, 6th row. So they're kind of a bit off to the right and to the back.
I do, of course, have notebook and several pens with me. It's a lecture, after all.
Yep.
Notes may be taken.
All right. So as you guys all right. So before I finalize the scene and take it completely from you for a little bit for you guys to listen to this lecture, is there anything else you guys like to do as last minute?
Actually, it's probably too late, but Brian would like to go get some cricket balls.
That could be done at a different time.
Okay.
Yeah, a little late for that one. You are right. All right. Well, if there's nothing else at this time, each of you take your seats as that things are changing and the attention moves to the stage. On the stage, you see Dr. Julia Smith takes takes the stage and he, wipes the sweat from his forehead using a handkerchief. He uses mustache, and he has this weird, famous-looking mustache that really sticks out. All right, so.
Oh no! What kind of mustache is it?
Oh, it's the Colonel Sanders
Handlebar.
one.
Oh, okay. I was going to say the handlebar mustache, which was kind of
No, I was thinking of the,
If you really want to know,
Are you talking about that mustache? No.
Yeah, the mustache, the one that Michael Jordan wore
It's technically
in a commercial.
It's technically the big, famous mustache that looks like the handlebars, that do look like handlebars, and it meets with his sideburns, so it's kind of like a big Mobius mustache.
So basically, it's mutton chops.
Yep.
Cool.
A mustache with the mutton chops.
Yeah. All right. Moving on. So, so you guys do notice that both the first section, second section, and third section, first row was reserved for certain people. And if any of you guys did manage to catch the names, you do notice that these people are of high class. You can see, if you didn't check the names, then your character only knows them being high class because they are very, very well dressed.
I might know a few of the names if they're if they're British society.
So some of them are from the U.S. as well.
Okay, yep, fair enough.
You know them to be judges and people of really high ranking in most cities.
Okay.
So, yeah.
VIP guests, basically.
So, this presentation is going to be over... he's going to explain it to you guys. So, here we go. I'm going to get in character because he's going to bring it up. Good evening. As you guys can see before you, each of you are of different fields of expertise, or expertise that I feel qualifies for such a lecture. As you guys see before you, there are judges, scientists, psychologists. Even some of you guys may feel like you don't belong here, but let me break the ice and say you do. Even some of you are of noble descent with a lot of money, and although most lectures and presentations that happen around this time each year generally is for me asking for, is generally, well, not me, but us asking for potential funding for expeditions. Let me stop you guys right there and go that this is not the case. I'm here to actually bring you evidence to maybe want not only for you to fund it, but to come with me. I am looking to put together an expedition team against the paranormal. Let me bring up a word that you may be used to. Apparitions. Now that's not the word you're used to. Let me bring up a word that most of you are used to. Ghosts. There proves to be, however, not anything that, how should I put? There proves to be a power. I'm not going to use the word God. I will not use the word religion. Of uncontrollable forces. Things that we can't quite comprehend. I refer to words such as poltergeist, or the traveler, who suddenly finds himself dozens or thousands of miles or years from where he stood moments before. I use a word called haunting. Spirits have been known to, or at least we, as humans, have been known to see spirits from time to time, and they've been known to be tied to certain locations. These locations, and once again I say the word haunting, and not ghost or spirit, I should stop using those words, as that this alone is a different type of phenomena that is hard to actually prove. Hunters, and I use not hunters as haunters, can be tied to buildings, things such as lanterns, coaches, swords, and so on. There is no, it could be even attached to a person who they're afraid to let go. Could be a possession of something, a necklace, even. I know you guys are all thinking I've lost my mind since I lost my wife. I know that my wife has only passed not even a year ago, and we're coming up on her year. But now I say to you, I did not see my wife as a spirit. She did move on. Or at least I hope she did. I hope she did find peace in the afterlife. I think I can bring forth evidence, but I don't want to share all my findings with you without getting your backing. Now, the reason for this is for my protection, and my protection alone, because if this research does pan out, I want your name will be on it as well, but I don't want someone to steal it or be in competition with anybody. Let's look at some essential characteristics of haunters. Okay? The person or thing must have exited or must have disappeared in some sense, and then must reappear once or many times. The location of this phenomenon may stay the same or may change in time. That which reappears may be partial or insubstantial, such as you hear stories of only seeing a torso or a hand. As any member tonight, I urge you to hear me out. I'm not even just talking about the spirit or ghosts or apparitions or haunters, however everyone. I am talking about another thing that we cannot possibly comprehend without driving us merely mad by just looking at words on a paper. But what brings these things into our existence? Which brings me to my second point. Magic. I solely believe that there is a magical, as many would say, or theoretical, using the word magic. I think there could be another name for it, but I don't know. Hey, Witchkin, can you mute for just a moment? Because I think you're picking up my voice.
Okay, I'll mute.
Yep, alright. Magic could be the gateway to bringing these creatures in. I have studied many different translations, and many different cultures have brought up this word, as well as many different cultures have brought up the term ghost before. Let me bring you guys up some cases that I've studied, and I've been studying some researches on. There has been 3 apparitions, and they have not been in the same point in time. Most tales describe but slowly emerge whole from visible planes, such as they see people who are seeing these things cross into our existence, something behind them, such as it's like a curtain of perception. Some say they've seen the Golden Gates. Some say they saw someone come from the Golden Gates. I seriously doubt that. The point is, there has been somewhat of a semi-transparent description. Let me share with you guys. You have a boat, and so he pulls out a chalkboard on wheels. He's like, so you have a boat, and it's going through the sea, and then suddenly this wave comes through the fishing boat, for instance. And so what happens to the fishing boat, right? It collides with it. Fishing boat goes up, and if the fishing boat comes down and does not tip over, you see nothing but ripples in the water. The boat does not resist the water. It just simply slides. That is how I think entry from the other plane happens, and I think magic is the water. The haunters are the boat, and we are the destination. You guys then see, as he's given this lecture, you guys see people coming in as he keeps describing more about the fishing boat. You see photographers taking pictures of him. So the rate on which these apparitions manifests motion in comparison to normal movement slowed by the consistent half in each case. Ripples passing across the sail of a fishing boat. Each entity has its own way in. Different wave every single time. That is why we can never find a common denominator with what brings it in, except what would be the most common denominator of all. We've tried to thinking, well, how can something pass from another plane of existence to this plane of existence if we believe in such things? So people have tried folding the paper, but what if it's not folding the paper, it is merely puncturing the paper? And he holds up a piece of paper and pencil, and he punctures it. It says, what if something is coming into our world like the water, but instead of folding it and putting it at two different points, it's not two different points, it's not two different time zones, it's literally just breaking a hole from another plane, a plane that we can't perceive or travel to unless we have this so-called magical thing. Now, I have studied many translations and rendered many as such. Many have mentioned this, and I think I've also maybe have uncovered a few spells that would allow us to travel from dimension to dimension. Most of you probably think I'm mad at this point. However, I am prepared to gather you all for an expedition in this. I will not release the time or the location. Just, I want you to trust me. I have been a very much historical figure. And if you guys are in on this, I will be accepting your word at the end of the 2 weeks. Each of you are here paid by me to be here. And those who are here is because I wanted you guys to hear this. Have you ever felt like the need of being watched? You look in the mirror and you think someone's watching you on the other side. A reflection of oneself. Have you ever felt that you are not alone? You hear noises, but there's no one else there, such as footsteps, laughter, sadness. Most people chalk this up to delusions. However, what if I told you that they may not be a delusion? What if I told you that a whole nother world besides our own exists? I bring you 3 cases in each of these folders. And he doesn't, and it's not a folder, it's an envelope in each of these envelopes. Each of these, there is 3 stories of people citing apparitions. Each 3 of these apparitions have all disappeared by now. They have not been killed or destroyed, as that matter cannot be destroyed. It can only be moved or changed. This may be a breakthrough to discovering, do the humans have a soul? Is the Bible more of a belief, or is it reality? We all know the story of the Lord Jesus Christ, and we know for a fact he went into that temple, for those who do believe. However, his body, yes, says his body and everything went up to heaven, but once again, does anyone question that? Most of you here are churchgoers. I do know that for a fact. Because each of you that are here, I got to know you over the years. And many of you invited me to your church. A couple of you are pastors. And you want to believe that this is not a possibility. That my science may be ruckus, but you want to believe in a person who is said to be the Son of Man, the Son of God, whatever title you want to give him. But yet his body is yet to be recovered. Comparatively, there's been instances of touchable, solid apparitions rarely occurred. However, I've been unable to observe such. One might wait many lifetimes for a chance. I would like to break that. I would like us to bridge a connection with the dead. Or, as I like to put on, say, maybe the moved on. It is my firm belief that such hauntings represents clues concerning a natural universe much larger and much stranger than we can imagine. The walls of what we perceive as normality have a subtle flexibility to them. Occasionally, and I greatly hope for understandable reasons, conditions allow interpenetration. The spectral haunting I have discussed represents attempts, perhaps random, perhaps purposeful, certain successful ones, to return to this time and space by elements of somehow removed. If we are energetic and not a little lucky in our observations, students of the paraphysical may one day be able to move up and down time, or to travel globally with minor effort, or to perceive that which at present lies completely beyond our senses. Rather, that which waits beyond is light or dark, or simply different, or evoked by our unstated desires, remains the supreme question which, for the present, each must answer for himself. In conclusion, I would like everyone, if you guys, to delegate among yourselves before leaving here today. I will be unable to visit with any of you, as I must take my leave for a moment, but I hope to await each of your answers. You guys can, under your seat, there is a envelope with a card in it, taped. Write your name, and please send it to my butler, James Beddoes. He will be accepting your RSVP if you would like to be part of my expedition. There's no need for any of you. You guys have all got the hotel for the next 13 days. If you choose not to accept my offer of this expedition, I would like to encourage you to please use up the time that I have spent. There is a no refund on that, so definitely use up my money's worth, and if you want. But at least while you're doing that, at least think about what I'm saying to you today. Do you want to bridge the paranormal with me? And suddenly the room fell silent. He takes his leave. The curtain of the stage folds up. And yeah. There are people being served drinks, finger food. Many of the hotel staff has offered many of you guys to try some delightful, delicious foods for you guys to have. So, what does your characters think about this lecture?
Well, Brian has only like a cursory level of knowledge about the occult, so I think all the stuff flew over his head. But the mention of ghosts and paranormal investigations has always interested him as long as he can remember. So he is very excited to potentially see if he can join this expedition.
Okay. What is your characters like? How does your characters each take this information? I want to hear from everybody, and I want you guys to role play with each other what each of you guys think. Since Gregory, Draco, and Brian, you guys were all seated next to each other specifically. There is a possibility that because if you guys haven't caught on, you three have been put together and right next to each other, but all the judges were up. All the judges and those of high-ranking officials for not just Britain or England, but for is that the same thing? I don't know. I don't think so. Anyway,
England is in Britain.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if I was mistaken that. Sorry, long day. I'm tired.
So British, French, American.
Yep.
German judges.
So you guys basically see all of those judges there, but you also see those from the United States as well. And it's not just that. If you guys take a look around, there was nicely well-dressed people in the second row of each section as well. And then you guys were in the third section. And each of the third section, you guys looked like you were moderately not as formal as they were, but you were still formal. And then there was different people in each of the other sections.
So you have the doctors, you have the financiers,
Yep.
and then you have the test subjects.
I wonder who those are.
Chris, give me a intelligence roll, please.
So the 10 and 20 die?
Yep. No, the 10 die, and they're both the 10 die, the doubles and the single. Percentile, remember.
42.
42, and what is your intelligence?
It is... Give me a second here while I try and... 75.
Oh wow, yeah, you definitely succeeded that. What is half? 35? Or 30?
37.
Okay,
so it's I'm a little above. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It doesn't matter. You don't need a hard success for this one. You just needed a success, and you definitely got it. You're not sure what brought you into this, but as you looked around, you noticed that each row in every section, they were dressed proportionately towards a profession or career. And you did pick up that the doctor has had well, I wouldn't say strange, but has had relationships with people of military, like everyone in the third row. Some people have wore their military uniform, and some people have injuries.
So should I also be aware of a little bit of what the doctor's been saying, maybe in the correspondence I've had with him over the years? Especially since his wife's passing.
You have a flashback of you and the doctor. And you remember Mr. Carmichael. I must ask you a question.
Yes, doctor.
Have you ever believed in miracles?
Of course. I am a devout follower of Christ, so obviously there's all kinds of miracles. Parting of the Red Sea, the raising of the dead, and so on and so forth.
But you don't remember what you saw in the hole that day that you fell down, meeting Draco Ravenwolf for the first time.
Or Brian.
Or Brian, yes.
Well, actually, Brian and I would probably have been knowing each other for a little longer than that, but...
Yeah.
Point.
He was referring to the time you grabbed his hand and you fell down a hole.
Yes. It's hard to imagine what happened there. I remember a lot of screaming, a lot of darkness, but things become fuzzy when I try and think too much on it.
Give me 1 second. I've got a story for this. Hang on.
Okay.
Do you remember Mr. Carmichael? Because as you're a religious man, and you have probably read the Bible yourself, do you remember Daniel 6:22? Daniel in the lion's den tells how Daniel was saved by the God of Israel because he was found blameless before him in a lion's den, but the lions did not eat him. Do you think
Yes, he had.
that? Do you think whatever you saw was so horrific that God Himself took the memory from you, or risked breaking your mental psyche?
Could be very much so.
And then suddenly the flashback ends, and you find yourself at the hotel, or with other people congregating.
I think there's more to this story, gentlemen, than what the good professor wanted us to know.
Really? I didn't even think that for a minute.
I think there's a reason why he had us particularly come so far to come join him for this lecture.
I don't know, Gregory. You might just be picking at straws here because I didn't catch any of that subtext.
He mentions 3 subjects that he's dealt with
Yeah,
that have
come
had.
on, 3 other guys. It doesn't have to be us. Come on, man.
Take a look around you at other people around us. You have wealthy individuals, perfect for financing a expedition of sorts. You have some military personnel from various countries, from Britain, France, and America. Then you also have some psychiatrists, as well as other doctors of various professions walking around. There's something else afoot.
Okay. Well, if you think so, what do you think, Draco?
I think you might be having a flashback too.
You there, Colin?
Did he mute himself?
He muted himself.
Yes, he muted himself. Yeah, well, if you remember when we first met the good doctor, what he was investigating whatever it was that happened to us. We don't remember.
Well, he told us that he was there when we all were introduced to him. He told us that he was there to help us overcome what trauma we faced those final days of the war.
Indeed. I'm not. And obviously, I've had more contact with the good doctor. Before your
character finished that sentence, you suddenly have a flashback. Draco remembers the doctor coming to him, and Draco, sir, I gotta ask you a question.
Go ahead, Doctor.
How did you feel being alone in the woods against the enemy? You must have been scared.
Yes, I mean it was very different from where I've been before. For starters, don't forget I only just come over to Europe, back home to Europe. It wasn't the first experience, but it was certainly very scary. I'm not sure I'd say scary, but it was certainly very unsettling, very worrying.
Well,
not knowing what was going to happen.
Well, the oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest fear is fear of the unknown. And you don't know what you found in that hole when you fell and you met Mr. Gregory and Mr. Brian.
Oh,
you can't remember. Exactly. Do you think that so much fear overwhelmed you, it blocked out your memory?
Something did. I've known others who had experiences in the war that have that they blocked out. I'm not a psychologist, but it does seem that There's something perhaps about the human mind that does that. Something about the human mind that blocks out something that's too terrible for it to remember, too terrible to deal with.
Does the idea of life outside of our world scare you?
I've read several of Mr. Wells's books. Intrigues me. The idea of life coming from another world. I find it intriguing compared to the Bible. If one is a believer, then the Bible only says God created life on this planet. It doesn't say anything about others. If one is not a believer, we already know the galaxy is vast. There are, I don't know, 1920. Sorry, the 1920. Know what we say? No. We know the galaxy is vast, and for the last 100 years, our understanding of how old just this planet is, how life changes. So no, the idea of life coming from other than this planet doesn't it doesn't worry me so much as it intrigues me.
And that, sir, is why that I work with you, because I think you found something special. And the flashback breaks, and you find yourself back at the hotel, staring at Gregory and Brian as that you were saying something, but you stopped in mid-sentence. So go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Did I
You okay, Gregory?
Did I space up?
You were just standing there for like 10 minutes. What's wrong, man?
It was 1 minute.
Yes, you became a little glassy-eyed and kind of just broke off at the end of your sentence. You didn't finish it. Are you okay?
You did the same a little bit of work. Yeah, I just had a flashback to the meeting the professor again. We were talking about memory repression, and he was asking if I believe in life, or if the concept of life from elsewhere scares me. It doesn't scare me. It intrigues me. I don't know if either of you have had the fortune of reading either Byrne or particularly one or two novels by my own Mr. Wells. The professor said he thought we'd seen something. He thought we'd come across something, and that the shock of it had made us repress the memories. How that may relate to what he was just talking about, I can see connections, but I see what you mean, Gregory. Yes, I mean, we certainly are. All know we've experienced something. We don't know what it was, but we know that whatever it was. I mean, none of us had particularly severe brain injuries or anything, or head injuries, which would have suggested.
None that we can remember.
No, but we were examined by the doctors. You remember, and none of us saying, and it's my understanding from what was retained to the doctors. It's as if there doesn't seem to have been anything physical that would have damaged our memories. Something happened to us, and whatever it was that happened, that we saw, that we experienced, our brains, our minds have retreated from it. Our minds have knocked it off. I don't know about you perhaps that much, but I certainly. The other thing that makes me suggest it's not amnesia, as far as I'm aware, I don't know that amnesiacs particularly often they have specific dreams, pretty much of everything they can remember. So yeah, I mean, I can see some ways where that would relate, but yes, I think you could be right, Gregory, that our roles in this may be more directly involved than in supporting, shall we say. No disrespect to yourselves, but I myself, indeed, I suspect the professor doesn't necessarily need backing from us.
Yeah, I told you there, Greg. I told you. It's just illogical to think that the professor would just pick us out of nowhere because he worked with us like 2 years ago. Come on, man.
I still feel like there's something more to the invitations than what he originally wanted us to know.
Yes, I'm not sure I phrase it like that, perhaps. But yes, I see where you're coming from. Yes, definitely. There's definitely something that he's come up with something.
Gregory, spot hidden check. In the mid conversation, spot hidden check. That's you, Chris.
Yes, I know. So I need to get at least 70. 61.
Oh wow! And so you succeeded.
Yep.
So
should I roll a hidden check as well?
Nope. Only Gregory. I only need one of you.
Okay.
So as Draco was talking, Gregory notices a tall, dark man with a mustache, about in his late 30s, is staring intently at you three.
Is this the tall, dark, mustachioed man in dark clothing that may have handed us our
No, he has
letters?
He has a black suit with a cane. He has a black hair with black mustache. He's just staring at you guys as he's sipping some wine.
If you gentlemen notice, about 12 o'clock from about 5 o'clock from Gregory from Draco's person, we're being watched.
Well, don't look at him.
As Gregory said, makes a nodding motion, and you guys kind of like look around. He just says, "My apologies. Have a wonderful evening." And he starts moving with some of the members of the crowd out of the auditorium.
Hold up, sir.
Many of us recognize him.
No.
Is there, sir? Hold on. Is there anything I can do you for?
As he mixes into the crowd and you chase after him, he already somehow mysteriously disappears.
Well, that is a curious thing. Who was that? Do any of you two know him?
No.
I don't think so. What's that masked man you say? I wonder if he worked for a bank arranging loans.
I think we should find the good doctor and have a word with him.
Indeed.
You guys do not find the good doctor, but you do find James Beddoes, the doctor's butler. Mr. Carmichael, yes. Mr. Lawless, and Mr. Ravenwolf, it's nice to see you guys. How may I help you?
We're looking for a doctor. Yeah. Go ahead.
Beddoes, thank you. We are looking for your master?
Yes, the good doctor has returned to his estate. I'm actually getting ready to join him. I was just checking with the hotel staff, going over some of these things that we are requiring of them to do as that they've been paid for it. And I was just going over the ledger with them. And he holds up a book, and he calls it the ledger. I unfortunately will have to return to the estate here shortly myself. I'm just making sure that your accommodations that the good doctor has paid for is up to standard, as he requests. The doctor right now is in the middle of very important research. He is just waiting for you guys to basically fill out that slip to see if you're going to join his expedition. If you guys do, please let us know. In the meantime, I will return in 7 days to do a follow-up check. That would give you guys about 6 or 7 more days left in this hotel, of which he does urge you guys to please use up.
Would it be too much to ask for a trip to and from the estate? I wish to speak with the professor.
I am terribly sorry, Mr. Carmichael, but the professor has even said, regardless who does request for him, to please refer to him in a few days. I must defer that request as denied for right now, as the good doctor is in some very important research.
I see.
And must not be disturbed. Although he has given you guys a lot of time to answer the good doctor's request for an expedition party, he is still, research to him has never sleeps, and you guys do know that very well.
Yes.
The good doctor is wrapped up in his work, especially since the loss of his good wife Margaret. Mrs. Smith is very well missed.
How is the good doctor? I haven't seen him recently. Is he doing? And how is the household doing? I know you're Miss Margaret. Is the household doing well?
Oh yes, very much so. Very much so. He's actually expanding. He has done so much research in the last year since her passing. I think he's just trying to find an outlet other than to dwell on the fact that she passed of a very, very sad illness. So he's wrapped up in some research right now and expanding the library. It's actually, when the library's done, he actually has asked me to make sure that you guys are going to come and check out his estate. He is actually going to do a viewing when the library's done in the next year.
I will look forward to that very much. It's an impressive library.
Yes. You know, you three, he actually had definitely wanted some special accommodations for, as that during the war, you guys did you supposedly find something. Granted, you guys probably still don't remember, but just remember, you guys do have a value here too.
Thank you, Bedos.
Thank you. Is your wife still in charge of the household? Since the good doctor's wife is passing.
Oh, I am. The good doctor's wife has passed her, and I don't have a wife.
Thought I would ask.
Yeah. Well, if you guys must, if you guys would please, I hope I'm not rude for asking, but I must take my leave and return to the estate myself. I have many different things to do tonight before I can sleep.
Very well.
Have a nice evening.
Oh, and do not forget, the auditorium is actually, there is a second section in the auditorium being converted into a dinner hall. Tonight's dinner is fish, particularly salmon, and you guys should take the good doctor up on that. That is served to you by the good doctor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So he takes his leave, and one of the hotel bus boys comes up to you guys and said, "If you guys were part of the lecture, if you guys please, a fish dinner is being served to you guys. It will be particularly salmon with some mashed potatoes with parsley, and we actually off onto the side, we actually do have some very nice fresh picked vegetables, broccoli with it tonight."
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And please stick around for the dessert. It is a very much special of an ice cream sundae with some chocolate.
I will. Here's where we find out it's all poison.
So you guys do have dinner. There's many other guests that have dinner there. Brian has come face to face with with Dr. and Mrs. Martin once again, and they are pleased to see him again.
Tabletop. What I think of it Does Chris get a tick to his skill for successful use of the skill?
That does not occur inside session. That's outside session, and I will tell you when that happens.
Oh no, because I thought that when you get a success, you tick it so you know you've got a chance to improve it.
Yes.
I'm thinking of the mechanics. I know the improvement doesn't happen, but I thought just especially since Chris hasn't played the game before.
Yep, that is true. Since he did do the spot hidden roll, I've already made a note of it.
Okay.
Yep.
I thought that's the way you did it, but I wasn't sure.
But I've already made a note of it. We're good. All right, moving back on. So you guys are enjoying the fish dinner with multiple guests.
Okay.
So what do you guys act out the dinner party?
Is this Alaskan salmon?
I'm not sure, given the fact that I don't know if we had the ability to travel. I mean, I know we can get
more likely to be Scottish, I would have thought.
But like, I know Alaska during that time was mostly desolate and frozen.
There were people there.
I would have thought more likely.
I think there were people like in the Americas there since like the 19th century or so.
Plus, also there were Russian colonists still around up there after Russia sold Alaska to the United States.
You've got to get it frozen either across the entirety of Canada and across the pond, or you've got to get it to Russia and all that. I would have thought probably more likely to be Scottish salmon.
Could be.
It's salmon.
Definitely.
It's salmon. Exactly.
It's definitely not coming from Russia. That's for sure. Russia's gone through its own situations right now.
First off, I don't think Mr. Carmichael would really care, given the fact that his meals are usually pretty bland comparative to the type of meals he's receiving currently.
Sure.
You got to remember there, Chris, your credit rating's not that high.
Well, I'm in
my credit rating is 70%.
His is only 10.
So again, if
you can pay for things.
So as an army officer, he will probably be used to some degree of finding in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, obviously, there's a question with that, and what the private life guide for the credit rating.
Oh yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys are eating the salmon. So anything. Is your characters at this time doing anything major at this party before they take away the dishes and serve you dessert?
I mean, the only thing I wanted to do in this session, really, other than roleplay, was go and get a bunch of cricket balls.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get to that. You're gonna get to that. We haven't made it there yet. You're gonna get to that. Okay, so you guys were served dessert, which was an ice cream sundae with some chocolate on it. And then after that, many of the men started standing up and was wondering if they were going to be accompanied to the balcony. And because there's this special balcony area, and one of the busboys comes up to you guys and puts down a box and say, you get a box and you get a bottle with glasses, and say, excuse me, everybody, as part of the concessions for tonight, the good doctor would like to offer you guys a cigar and brandy. Would any of you guys like to partake? If not, feel free to decline.
Thank you very much. I will go ahead and take one.
Yeah, I'll take one too.
I'll have the brandy.
So Mrs. Martin turns around. Well, George, I am famished for tonight. I'm very tired. I'm going to go up to the room. If you would like to have cigar and brandy with the boys, you with these nice men, you may. And she turns around and says, "Excuse me, gentlemen, I must take my leave." And she leaves. But Dr. Martin does take a cigar and says, "Why don't you three join me?"
Very much so, sir. Thank you.
All right. You guys are all.
And I sit down next.
So you guys are all out enjoying a nice cigar and brandy. And so, Mr. Carmichael, what is it that you do particularly?
I am a captain in the U.S. Army.
Ah. And how's that like treating you?
Well, it's It's well structured, that's for sure.
Well, as long as you're getting very taken care of for serving for the U.S., the U.S. of A., the United States of America, and making sure that we are always safe over there. As a New York person, I do support the military, and thank you for your service during World War One, Mr. Lawless. What is it that you do?
You've probably heard of me somewhere in the newspapers or something. I'm a pitcher for the Red Sox in Boston.
That's right. We did establish that earlier. But I think there was a time you were there was an article written about you about also serving in World War One. Is that true?
Yes, I did.
Oh, and did you two know each other?
Yes,
We
I think
did serve
we
in
all
the
did.
same company.
Oh, wow. Okay. But you instead of pursuing military, you pursued baseball.
Well, the thing is, I was already in baseball before that. I just decided to serve the rest of the world and make sure everyone was safe.
I am very grateful for you, sir, and thank you for bringing continuous entertainment.
Of course, of course.
Now,
If you have anyone who wants an autograph, I'd be happy to provide that.
I think I will have to bother you for one before I leave here today. That would be a great souvenir from this trip. But here is the question. And I'm sorry if this is being a bit too brunt or forward. How do you guys know Mr. Ravenwolf? I mean, he's part of the British military, I would imagine, or
While we were all we all served in the Ardennes region during the final days of the war, and we crossed paths and shared some experiences that have made us good friends.
Yes.
Ah, okay. All right. Well, you know what? He holds up a glass and says, to friendship and brotherhood. Nothing will bind you guys together than something common, an event that brings you guys together forever.
Actually, hold on a second. Let me see what Brian's constitution is. It's a 3. Yeah, he gets drunk right after he drinks the one drink.
Oh, geez.
Really? Wow.
Well, yeah. He has a 30 in constitution.
Oh, jeez. Did you already roll it and you failed?
No, though, just to be sure.
If you want to roll it, go right ahead.
He's strong, but he's a bit of a lightweight when it comes to his toughness. That's a 57 over 30.
Oh, yeah. And it's very possible you had more than one glass without realizing.
So
he's a lightweight. That's what we're finding out. He's a lightweight.
Your face is turning kind of pale, and he's like, "Mr. Lawless, are you okay?"
Yeah.
Pale or red?
Is it pale or red? Is he about to throw up, or is he about to get
Become giggly?
Yeah.
We're gonna say.
I think he's about to throw up. Honestly,
we're gonna say pale.
Okay.
All right.
So Ryan runs over to a plant pot and throws up in it.
And as you do that, you have a flashback. You remember in this flashback there is beer all the way around you. And Dr. Smith sits next to you and says, "Brian, you know you don't have to do this. Why are you drinking?"
I don't know, Doctor. Just to get my mind off of all the shit that I have encountered.
I know the war was hard on you. It was hard on all three of you, Ravenwolf, Carmichael.
It was hard on all of us, sir.
You said you don't remember either of what you encountered in that hole.
No, I have vague ideas. It was like an animal or something, I think.
Were you scared? Is that why you drink?
Yes.
What are you scared of?
I don't know. It's like ever since I fell in that hole, I've had this gnawing feeling at the back of my neck, like something was watching me.
Like a
I
ghost?
can't shake it. Perhaps it could be anything.
Could be anything. And suddenly the flashback ends. And I imagine at this point, Gregory and Draco is trying to lift you to your feet as that you can barely stand.
Yeah.
I think it's time that this one goes back to their room and relax for the rest of the evening.
Is first aid going to be of any applicable use here, or is he's just drunk and that's it? I mean, I have a first aid skill, but I don't know if it will be of any.
He's not gonna lose any health.
Okay, okay, thanks.
What about smelling salts? That could wake him up.
Well, does anyone have any smelling salts on them?
They
I don't know, do we?
They could.
I may well have a degree. I don't have it necessarily on me, but I've probably got some sort of. Not sure if I would have medical necessarily just in an overnight bag.
Well, I mean, I think you'd have to spend luck for that.
Well, and also I'm genuinely not sure that what smelling salts would do. Smelling salts is sort of bring you around from faint or something.
Gentlemen, I just recommend that maybe we can get Mr. Lawless up to his room. I think he would be fine. We just got to make sure there's a trash can next to him, though, in case he throws up, and put him on his side, not his back. So that way, if he throws up in his mouth, he doesn't suffocate.
I agree.
Absolutely.
So, take a couple minutes to take him up to his room and come back down.
Well, we play long enough to wish he's drowned.
As you guys were taken up to his room, you guys do realize it's actually getting late. It's actually 10:30 at night. And
okay.
Yeah, 10:30 at night. There is a such thing as probably jet lag, as the time difference between the US and London is probably different. So
I don't think that would really happen with traveling by boat.
Yeah, no, that kind of thing doesn't happen that way.
I was going to say,
I assume jet lag was just a term used for time difference.
It's when you travel faster, like via plane, and you get there faster than you would by boat.
We spent like at least 4.5 days on a boat, so we should be somewhat adjusted.
Yeah,
I'll say you would. I mean, you might be feeling a bit tired out, but I don't think you'd be thoroughly jet lagged because, as you say, you've had the chance to.
There's a reason why they call it jet lag.
I thought it was just a thing to describe time zone difference, but okay, fair enough. All right.
Anyway. No, it literally has to do with planes.
Okay. Oh, literally. Okay. Well, that I did not know. All right. Anywho,
like I said, there's a reason why they call it jet lag.
Okay. You're carrying Brian Lawless up the stairs. Okay. All right. You drop him off in his room. You make sure he's not on his back. As you guys were leaving, though, you guys noticed that most of the party has broken up, and it is very late at night. It is still 10:30 at night. Once you guys drop him off in his room, what do you two do?
Draco, I think it is time to say adieu and good night. I think the party is broken up, and I think all of us have some thinking to do on Professor Smith's revelations on why he called us here.
I certainly agree with that.
So.
All right. As each of you go to your respective rooms and you call it a night. We are going to take a 15-minute break. We've been playing for 2 hours. I say that calls for I can play for at least another hour and a half. If you guys are good with it, we can continue. But I do have to take a bit of a bathroom break, and I figure I'd give you guys a bathroom break. So, and also give our audience a little bit of a chance to go. I don't want to pause this and lose the live stream. Thank God for the bathroom break.
Well, I will probably go and take care of some laundry real quick, so I'll go do that.
Right. Let's take a 15-minute break. That gives us all time to get something to drink, and we will move on to the next part. Or not the next part, the next section. Excuse me. All right. And meanwhile, I've got some nice music for you guys to listen to while for the audience to listen to while we're on hold. And we're back. All right, we had a nice break. I had me a slice of pizza and some breadsticks, so I am feeling pretty good. I've got me a can of Dr. Pepper on top of a Monster I have, so I'm wired up. How about you guys?
I'm drinking water.
I have pizza rolls and a Dr. Pepper.
Dr.
It's
Pepper
quarter
is
to midnight. I've just
Dr.
had some
Pepper
coffee.
is Stephen Chenault, one of the writers of Castles and Crusades' favorite drink. So gotta have the Dr. Pepper.
If I had Dr. Pepper, I'd definitely be drinking it.
Yeah, I like Coke sometimes. Coca-Cola is awesome. Anywho,
I like that.
anywho,
jump from varying drinks.
Anywho, let's get off to the next part. It is currently the next morning, about 8 a.m. Brian and you guys are all three of you guys are military, so you guys would probably be up at the crack of dawn. So if there was sunlight at 6, you guys would be up, but you guys are up regardless.
Oh, that depends. That depends on if the other two stuck to their military scheduling, whereas I am still in the military.
That's right.
I mean, I think
Brian's
it's fair enough to say that we all stick to the military scheduling, just because once you get into it, it's hard to get out of it.
Yeah. So how did Brian feel waking up that morning? I want to hear from you first before I tell you what's on your itinerary for the day.
Well, Brian does not feel well at all. He's really hungover. But he does remember more about that flashback, and despite his obeisance that this is not what's actually happening, he's like, maybe it actually is.
Okay. All right.
I think A's the right word there.
All right. What is Gregory currently doing?
I woke up at the crack of dawn, like every good military man does. Took a bath, got myself cleaned up, put on nice clothes, or clean clothes and whatnot, and decided to just take a tour around London, within the neighborhood or so.
Before you take the tour, you are stopped by the busboy and say, "Mr. Carmichael, are you planning to tour London today?"
I am just gonna probably take a walk around the neighborhood, just see the town. I haven't been here since the war.
Well, Mr. Carmichael, we must urge you to try our continental breakfast. It's well, not real continental breakfast as we would say it. Just a breakfast actually paid for you. Today is going to be sausage, bacon, and biscuits. So we urge you to try that with freshly squeezed orange juice, courtesy of Dr. Julia Smith.
Very well. I will take that. Thank you very much.
And then if you still want to tour London on a full stomach, we do recommend trying our one of our local parks. It is very nice.
Very well. Thank you.
Yeah. And what is Draco Ravenwolf doing at this time?
Oh, having a leisurely full English breakfast and reading the paper.
All right. Nothing special in the paper, but they are going through some things. And once Mr. Lawless sits down, someone comes over and says, "Did someone have too much of a drink last night?" And it's Dr. George Martin.
Hold on.
I'd probably say that the customer service is probably giving Brian the stink guy right now. So someone had to clean it up.
So does Brian say anything does he greet Mr. Martin as he's eating his breakfast?
Yes, he does. He says, "Mr. Martin, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry about last night. I'm still feeling it."
Oh, you're good. That's fine. And it's Doctor. Well, get better, buddy, because I have not personally got to indulge in a game of cricket, and there is a cricket game going on today. They are trying to get us to sign up. It was we got a cricket field out in the back, and it was reserved for all the guests of Dr. Julia Smith. So I want to play some cricket. You want to be on my team?
Sure. I've never played cricket before, but let's try it.
and yet you're gonna go for some cricket balls and bats.
We need to like throw balls at the monsters.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You did read my message.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. Trying to preemptive strike the GM. I get it. I get it.
Oh, I know. He said about his skills.
Yeah, I said I have a 77% throw, so I'm a pretty badass pitcher. And then he said, "Guess we know what his favorite ranged weapon is." Then.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's a cricket tournament going on. So George Martin is like, well, thank you so much. You know, it's gonna be a great game. And besides, maybe you get this opportunity to look good in front of my wife. I know she made you blush once before. Who knows? She might do something to make you blush again. And he strolls right off.
Wow, before there was swingers in the 60s.
Technically, free love has existed since at least Mary Shelley started talking about it, so although it wasn't popular, it did exist.
Free love didn't take off until the 60s.
Well, yeah, it didn't take off until the 60s, but that doesn't mean that...
We're not in the 60s, we're in the 1920s. We're not in the future, we're in the past, so stick to the 20s.
Actually, we're still in the 1910s if you want to be accurate.
The year is 1920. Live with it. Let's stop talking about things that happen. That's going to happen 40 years from now. Who knows what's going to happen 40 years from now?
I envisioned flying cars.
All right. The next time that any of you make a statement, I'm going to make all three of you roll a sanity check to see if you make sure your characters aren't going insane. Want to make sure.
That's who's going to survive.
Want to make sure players get back on task with the game. Make them roll sanity rolls early. All right.
Yeah, but Ryan's too stupid. He's not going to understand anything he finds out.
All right. So anyway.
Okay, keep going. Keep going. I'm sorry.
Oh wow! I guess so. We got it real quick. We do got an audience. Gabe Parada. He says, "I demand my Eldritch horrors to be historically accurate." Damn it. Yeah. So do I. Anyway, moving on. So back to game of cricket. What do you guys do after breakfast before the cricket game starts? Cricket game actually starts right after lunch. So what do you guys do between that time?
Well, I'm going to go on my little walk around the neighborhood and go to the park that was suggested.
So you go to the park, and as you're looking off at some of the scenery, you get you notice a man comes up beside you and says, "Mr. Carmichael."
I'll address the gentleman. Yes. Do I know you?
As you look at him, he is the gentleman in the black suit. He's wearing a black suit again with a black cane, a mustache, and he has a red fez on.
It's the doctor.
My name is Mr. Mame Makarat. It's nice to meet you.
Turkish or Egyptian?
Turkey.
Okay. How can I do you service, sir?
Well, I just want to know what brings you here, just to make a friendly conversation. Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. I am doing good.
Are you enjoying the great scenery that London has to offer?
So far.
London has particular treats, not just sceneries. There's other types of sceneries here.
Are you trying to oh god, what is the word now? Jeesh. To entice me into something, sir?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't dream of it, Mr. Carmichael. I simply just want to know more about you. Field of study, what brings you to the good doctor's lecture?
Oh, Well, I have known the good doctor for a good number of years. I believe, and he just asked me to join him here, for his conference. Though I believe that there's more to this than originally comes to mind.
I did manage to hear that.
Exactly?
I said I did manage to hear that the other night. I'm sorry, I did not. Please excuse me for my rudeness. I'm generally I'm not a very rude man, but I was staring at you the other night, and I'm terribly sorry.
Well, I was wondering why a Turkish man was here in Britain instead of over in Turkey right now, fighting the war against the Allies.
I'm a lover, not a fighter. And unfortunately, my family has had a lot of money. I'm able to buy my way out.
I have heard that oh god, give me a second because I need to look up his name real quick before I even say it because he's not referred to that just yet.
The Turk.
He doesn't earn that name yet. I've heard that Mustafa Kemal Pasha is Mustafa Kemal is so far chanting about Turkish nationalism and down with the monarchy, the Sultanate.
I will admit you're very well diverse in what's going on with my own country.
I tried to keep an eye on things, especially after the Allies won the last war against the Ottomans, the Turkish.
Yes. But Mr. Carmichael, let's not focus on such drastic things. You don't see me asking you about the war you fought in. I hear that you are a military man, are you not?
Yes, I still am. I still stuck with the military even after after the war ended. I thought it would be nice to stick around and continue to serve my country.
Wars wouldn't it be just easy to wouldn't it be so wonderful if we could just snap our fingers and we don't worry about it.
Well,
such dreadful and barbaric ways of looking at things or doing things.
Well, unfortunately, wars aren't necessary when there are evil in the world, and evil needs to be confronted.
Yeah, such words, evil, good. Who makes them up? Was it us, or was it God? Was it Jesus? I think that's what we should always ask ourselves. So,
well, God is good all the time, and all the time.
I am curious about you and the good doctor, though, Dr. Smith. What is it that you work with him on? What does he need a U.S. military officer's knowledge on? I'm not asking. It's really none of my business, but I like the education. I'm a learner, seeker of all knowledge, Mr. Carmichael. That's all it is, and I'm just curious about what is it that you succeeded at that has a good doctor bring you here, far from home.
Well, that is quite the thing that I would like to know too. He's a good friend of mine, and I'm here to learn what he has planned.
All right. Well, would you look at the time? It's almost 10-ish in the morning. I do have a previous engagement, Mr. Carmichael. I must take my leave, and I would like to say it was such an honor to meet you, sir.
You too.
And
have a nice day. And what was your name again, sir?
Mr. Mame Makarat.
Mame Makarat, okay.
Yep. And he walks away as you enjoy the scenery of the park. Meanwhile, lunch is getting ready to be served, as it's only, while it's like 10, 11, lunch is about to be served early because everyone's getting ready for this great cricket thing. There is a sign-up sheet, so that way they can get 2 teams together among all the guests.
Okay, I go and sign up.
All right.
I'll go sitting off to the side. I won't be signing up. I'll rather just watch.
Well, you're still touring London at this time.
Oh, well, I thought we were talking about after lunch.
No.
Still early in the morning.
No. It's still morning time. It's just before lunch. You'll probably be heading on your way back during this scene.
Okay, then never mind.
All right. All right. Well, who can I put down? What's your name, sir?
Who's he talking to?
You.
Oh, my name is Brian Wallace, sir.
All right, and you were part of the good Doctor Dr. Smith's lecture. He will be back in a few days to discuss more and to see, just to check up on everybody. In the meantime, he has arranged this, and someone tells me you're not from here. Are you from the United States?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, awesome. So, have you ever played cricket before? I heard they don't have it over there.
I'm afraid not, but I'm willing to learn, if you let me.
Well, we got plenty of Americans signing up today, so looks like this is going to be one battle, but we'll make sure we try and put you guys on sides with people who do know how to play. But it is a very, very challenging game.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And he doesn't. Does he know that Brian is a baseball player?
Oh.
Please tell me he doesn't. Please tell me he doesn't.
Oh, hang on, I'm going to make a roll on that.
I want him to be surprised.
Not a chance in hell. No, this is an NPC. No, there's not a chance in hell he knows I rolled too high.
Okay, so he's going to be quite surprised by the time I start pitching.
Yeah, pretty much. All right. All right, and so lunch is. We're getting around to lunchtime, and what is Draco doing at this time?
Wondering how we can get out of the cricket because you can't. A cricket fan. Very bad Englishman. I probably. You said you go out sitting around the hotel. We having done a quick trip to the. No, I don't really need to go to the museum, really, would I? So I think it's waiting to watch the cricket. I don't think I was going to be. He's going to get. He's not a player. So he's just. So maybe talking without chatting with other guests, being sociable.
Okay. So you do see another guest does come up to you and goes, "So, Draco Ravenwolf, part of the British military that actually fought in the last war. It's nice to meet you, sir. My name is Mr. Mame Makarat."
Mr. Makarat, I suspect we were had opposite views of the war, or at least at the time.
Well, wars, such barbaric ways of looking at things, don't you think? Of dealing with things. I think we are better men than that, including you.
I think it would be a better world if wars were not necessary.
Oh, yes. I agree with you.
But unfortunately, humans are humans. We are not angels.
Well, we are who we are, aren't we?
Indeed.
So, Mr. Ravenwolf, I do have to ask, such a military man such as yourself, what brings you to this neck of the woods for the good Dr. Smith? How do you know him?
Oh, he assisted my recovery after an event during the war. We share similar interests. I'm also a historian. I also have my doctorate is in history and archaeology. I'm something of a I'm not a professional. I'm an enthusiastic amateur historian, I think is perhaps the best way to put it. We have corresponding meetings. The doctor has actually become a quite close friend of mine, both both personally and professionally when it comes to matching interests, or at least intersecting spheres of interest, shall we say, rather than.
So, I mean, I hear the good doctor's working on some research. Are you part of the research, or are you thinking about becoming a part of the research?
I want to find out. He had some interesting things to say last night at the lecture. The lecture was intriguing. I want to find out more. Certainly, yes.
Yes, me too. I'm thinking about backing him. I'm a shopkeeper. I have a shop here in London, and it is very prosperous. So I'm thinking about joining and funding the archaeological journey. I think it's the right term, journey. Anyway, Mr. Ravenwolf. Yeah.
It'll be interesting. After all, your nation, like mine, has whatever our differences may be. We both have our own rich histories. After all, you do come from the land which currently has the ancient city of Troy.
Yes.
Which I can't remember if Schliemann's still mooning it or not. You have the discoveries at Troy, for example, have been amazing. I have obviously some knowledge of the history out there, but it's not necessarily my main area. I'm more of a European historian. But you have, as I said, I'm well aware, obviously, of the fact of some of the amazing finds that have been made in your nation.
Well, I would love to continue this conversation sometime, Mr. Ravenwolf. However, due to the time, it's almost lunchtime here, and I do have one more appointment that I need to get to before noon today. I plan on staying out the rest of my time here, and I was invited here by Dr. Julia Smith. But I want to wish you a great day, sir, and I hope to see more of you later on this week.
You too, sir. Meet you.
All right. So as he takes his leave, you guys manage to get served lunch. The lunch is they start serving. I'm not sure what a good lunch would be. I'm assuming something with turkey. We're just gonna say nice turkey lunch.
So wait,
what?
So wait, we're cutting up Mamey?
No.
Sorry,
don't go there.
He's got to be.
But if you want to make one more comment, I'll make you roll a sanity roll where you think you're eating the guy. Anyway, that's the greatest thing about this game. That's not too far fetched. Sadly. So anyway, yep, you guys are having a nice turkey lunch with some bread and butter and some other types of stuff. And this is before the cricket challenge. So so disclaimer for the audience, I do apologize. We are going to actually skip over that part. We're going to say it happened and call it good because I have never played cricket myself.
Can I at least roll my throw check to see if I can do anything, or...
I will give you that, yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to see how well I do. 100. 46 under 77.
And what? Wow, 46 under 77. Oh, that's what you rolled?
Yeah, so it wasn't a hard success, but it was a success.
Okay, well, you actually learned the game of cricket really easily, and your team won because of you. They saw, and they were one of the guys came up and was like, "Hey, isn't that the American baseball player? I think it is. Oh my god! Like, does he just play baseball or what? I mean, how did you do that?" So Dr. Martin and his wife comes over to you and says, "That was a great game. Because of you, we won, sir. Thank you for participating." And she's like, and suddenly you're getting eyes from Mary, and she's just like, I can say I'm a married woman. I'm very modest, but I am gonna say I do love a man who can play some sports.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. But just like you, I am going to be married, or you are married. So, yes.
You have a wonderful day, sir. And both Dr. and Mrs. Martin takes their leave. You guys,
and also, doesn't Brian have a girlfriend too? So
he has a fiance.
Oh,
yeah, he has a fiance. Tell us.
So anyway, you guys prepare for dinner. It was a speedy, fast day. The sun has gone down. After dinner, there is a play that is going on. You guys do accompany the play. The play seems to be... Oh, yeah, okay. The play seems to be a very emotional play, so it's very possible you guys are feeling some form of emotion. We're gonna say it's one of the famous Shakespearean plays of Romeo and Juliet. I'm assuming takes place before the 1920s.
I was going to suggest King Henry VIII, but okay.
Either way.
Or Henry V. Henry V.
Romeo and Juliet was written in the 1500s. Yes, I think it's been put on in the 1920s.
Good. I'm super freaking tired.
Wow.
So I'm super freaking tired. So I was like, oh my god, because I'm like, this is still the 1920s. I'm like, I know that's got to be like the 14th or 15th century right there, or even the 16th. That's like, I'm gonna take a shot in the dark and see if it happens. Turns out it actually is. I was right. I only second guessed myself on that history check there because I didn't roll so good, and I am somewhat tired. But yeah. And
or I mean, we could have.
I couldn't think.
Or we could have seen a picture. Or we could have seen a picture show at the theater next door if they had a picture show set up.
Yeah,
they do. Wasn't that just like coming out?
No, they've been for at least 20 years at this point.
Oh, okay.
Like people have been using film and like making silent films at the very least since the early 1900s, but there was people doing that in like the 1890s or 1880s as well.
Okay.
The oldest known movie was in 1902.
Yeah, but I think I remember reading somewhere that there were people doing like experimental film-based movies, like little short films, like in the 1880s or 1890s. I could be mistaken though.
Okay.
But like the most well known one, the Trip to the Moon one, where you see the cannon shooting, the rocket ship hitting the moon in the eye. That was in 1902. So.
Okay, so yeah. Anyway, it was Romeo and Juliet. It was a very moving play. The actors were great. You guys are feeling some form of emotion. Why don't each of you describe me what kind of emotions your characters are currently feeling as they're getting ready to be directed to walk out, and dinner's already been done. So as a wrap up for tonight, the busboys are offering on the behalf of Dr. Julia Smith, once again, a nice cigar and brandy to socialize and reflect on tonight's endeavors. It is currently 9:30 at night.
I think that Brian is actually feeling a little bit sad because he remembers being in love with a girl who was at the orphanage with him, and events a little less dramatic than Romeo and Juliet, but still happened a little bit like that.
Give me
because she got adopted.
Give me a power roll.
Oh, go ahead. Okay. Under 48.
Huh. Okay. Well, you're not crying, but you do feel emotional.
Okay. I wish there was a way I could get a hard success in a sanity check.
I thought for that power roll. I thought that you said that was 4 over 48.
No, it's so I got a 4, and my max insanity right now is 48.
Okay, yeah, all right, that's fine.
Yeah, roll the
Anyway,
4.
but you still succeed at the power roll, so that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you're not crying, but you are feeling emotional.
Mm-hmm.
What does he do with that? Thinking about the girl at the orphanage, what does he do with those feelings?
He drinks.
We'll get back to that in a minute. All right.
Are we gonna have to carry him to his room again?
We're gonna find that out later.
I hope not.
All right. So you are outside. Mr. Gregory Carmichael is currently outside, sipping his brandy and having a cigar. What do you think about the play?
I think that it was tragic. I'm not brought to tears or anything, but it's sad what happened to those poor teenagers. So
That's it. Nothing else.
yeah, nothing else.
Give
But
me-
great acting and everything. It felt moved, but yes, that's about it.
Give me a power roll.
So 2 10s.
Yep. A double. The doubles and the singles.
I got a 14.
And what is your power?
It is. I got what's the best roll for that? I got 70, and so the
14?
fifth roll it's
Oh, you got it below the 5th or equal to the 5th?
equal to the 5th.
Oh, that is an extreme success. You're definitely not crying, but you did think it was sad. What about Mr. Ravenwolf?
Shakespeare plays. Man knew how to use language. Can hear myself echoing again. For some reason.
Yeah, I can hear the echo too.
Let me see if I mute myself, if that helps.
Shakespeare, I've seen very good performance. Excellent performance. I don't believe I've seen these actors fought before. I'm not familiar with many of the names, but then again, I haven't actually watched much. I haven't watched much London stage plays and the like recently. It was touching story, of course, although showing how easy it is to mistake what's actually around you. I'm also trying to think. I suspect, this being the 1920s, that the actors would probably not have been 13 and 14 in the lead roles, as would have been a accurate.
Let's give me a power roll. Let's see how your character really feels.
Thought you were going to say that.
Let's get to the deep emotion.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Hmm.
That's interesting. 73 out of 85.
Okay, so you did succeed.
I passed, but it's not half or.
No, but you just need a success. Something you hear a guy speak up, and he says, "Well, although I did dabble in many of Shakespearean's readings when I was a small boy, I do have to say that the play was have been very well entertaining, but could maybe use a bit more description." So you look at this guy, and he's got like thin hair, but not like he's balding. It's just he keeps his hair short. And he's got a bow tie and a black suit. And he's just sitting there sipping wine, and he says, funny thing about wine, how it's, made, and the fermentation of inducing alcohol. I'm sorry, sir. Was I rambling again?
I'm interesting. In what way did you think the play could have done with more description? That's a interesting take, sir.
How about the feeling? Well, we did get into the feelings. One things I do like, and I do try to incorporate in my own books as I'm a writer. I think we could have just felt a bit more description about how she felt when she saw her lover there. I don't know, maybe longer words. I have a bit more of extensive vocabulary than most.
Guys criticizing the inventor of words.
I understand your point, sir. However, the directors are constrained by the fact that they are using the words of the bard rather than a more modern interpretation. I take your point, sir, but obviously the bard is if you're going to do the bard, you do not wish to take many liberties with the language.
Very true. That is very ungentlemanlike of me. Please forgive me. For that, I may have had too much to drink, and I should retire for the night. It was nice meeting you, sir.
In Vino Veritas, sir? Vino Veritas, perhaps? You say you're an author. Are you an author of plays or prose? Or are you an author of...
Unfortunately, many of my books have not been published, and so those who have been published, not really worth a whole lot in this day and age, but it's just, I don't know what else to do as I feel separated from other people.
Draco Ravenwolf, sir. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. My name is Howard Lovecraft. You enjoy the rest of your night.
Seriously.
Yes!
Really?
Seriously!
Really? You are going to have us play Cthulhu and meet H.P. Lovecraft?
Hey, he was alive in the 1920s.
No, he was alive in the 1920s.
Why not make a cameo in his own universe that he helped create?
Well, I mean, you could definitely borrow the idea from In the Mouth of Madness a little bit.
Oh, I could.
But I mean, he was writing what he knew.
I mostly took the idea from I mostly took the idea from basically Stan Lee making all his cameo appearances Marvel. I'm like, that would be cool.
Yeah. Yes.
Or Stephen King making all of his appearances in all of his movies.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Or L.R. Stein doing it in the first Goosebumps movie because he was actually at the end. He was one of the teachers.
Yep.
Oh.
Sorry, I had to do it. It would be famous. Anyway, the night has gone on, and it is... oh, wait, before we do anything, Brian has to give me a constitution roll.
Okay.
We'll try to hold him back.
Can he hold his liquor this time?
We shall see. That is a 93.
That was a 3?
Just one sip. Just one sip. Just one sip and he's out.
Wait. I thought he succeeded at that.
No, 93 and my constitution is 30.
Oh no, that's a 93. Yeah, you didn't make it halfway through the first glass. What did you have? Like, what did you take? Did you take any medicine? Are you on medicine?
No, I just have an ale. I just drank a sip of an ale and I passed out.
Were you inhaling some ether before you took a sip?
I think that's what I've been doing every day of my life since I started playing baseball, honestly.
Well, you topple over, and you fall to the ground, and you take the glass with you, and you actually, you got shattered glass all the way around you. What do you guys do?
Well, we get assistance from the hotel staff and try and clean up the shattered glass, and
Make sure he's not cut himself.
All right.
and then we take him up to his room.
Yeah, he looks really, really bad, like worse than before.
Okay, we better call a doctor.
Well,
And
anyway.
just so happens, there's probably a doctor nearby in the hotel.
so I gotta point this out. I gotta point this out since I made the. My girlfriend would like to point this out that since I made the H.P. Lovecraft reference, she would like me to point out that Draco Ravenwolf is pretty close to Harry Potter.
Did I not say that when we were talking yesterday?
Yeah, she made the same thing. Okay, anyway, he's bad. He's bad. Okay, meanwhile.
There's a reason he prefers his nickname, actually.
Okay, anyway, we're not even going to break that one. Let's continue.
Oh, gee.
Anyway, while you guys are taking care of Brian, you are having a dream.
Real quick, since he got injured, does that mean he takes his hit points?
No.
Just was wondering.
I didn't say he was injured. I said he broke glass. I didn't say
that's why I said I checked to make sure he's not.
No, he's fine.
Okay.
Anyway, Brian, you are having a dream, and you're dreaming that you're in the woods and you're talking to Gregory, but everything that Greg's saying to you seems foreign. A language you've never heard before. And then that's when you run into Draco, and then you see yourself fall down a hole, and you keep falling, and falling, and falling. And then you wake up, and you find the trash can next to you, and you throw up in the trash can.
Okay.
All right. Being that said, it is currently the next day, day 2. And I am sorry if this seems like I'm picking on you, Witch King, but I do want to know a bit more about what your character is doing at this time, given the fact that he had a bit more of a losing streak with alcohol.
So the thing is, he hasn't drank any alcohol in like 6 years, and he always had an issue with holding it, but all of the things he's encountering and dreaming about and remembering, it's really throwing him for a loop, and he's trying to do the only thing he knows will work and put him out of his misery for at least a little while, and that's to drink some alcohol and then just pass out. The only problem is it keeps making his dreams horrific.
Okay. All right. So so you definitely have a lot to fear at this moment.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right.
This whole area of the world, he has a lot of horrible, traumatic memories of. He remembers being injured in a hospital, recovering in London after getting like his hip broken and shattered on the front in France. So he's struggling.
Okay. What is all right, so breakfast is being prepared for you guys. That is the first thing of the day that the hotel is supposed to do for you guys. I'm not going to explain what breakfast is because we're probably going to skip over that and move on to the next few things that can happen for a day. So what is Gregory doing at this time?
Waking early, cleaning up, and just taking a trip. What, does the hotel have a library that I could possibly go to?
There's a library. There's the Britain Museum Library. What do they call that?
My dear sir, there is a British library which I'm a member. Would you would you like to? Would you like me to show you some of the sights of London?
Very well, thank you.
Right. And Brian, if he actually survives.
I think we should probably keep the alcohol away from him.
Yes, I think so. Something, or at least perhaps, certainly the strong stuff.
Yes.
Right. So, you guys go knock on Brian's door. Does Brian answer it, or is he having too much of a hangover?
He's having too much of a hangover.
All right, so he's just gonna stay in bed for the day. Food. You
wish he's not having to suffer through all the trauma.
You've had the food brought to you.
Okay.
All right. Meanwhile, what's up?
I was just to say that there's a wonderful new invention. There's a wonderful recently new invention, like back in the later half of the previous century, that could possibly help Brian, and that is grape juice.
So anyway, there's this wonderful new thing that's called "I'm the Keeper," and you guys left him behind. You're going to the British Museum Library, one of Dr. Julia Smith's favorite spot.
Anyone that we know that we're going to run into there?
Well, as you guys are looking through,
I should not that we know them, but anyone that knows the doctor that we would that we could possibly bump into.
If you'd let me,
the doctor, or a doctor. Sorry, the old top.
But look, yes. Okay. The curator at the British Museum. I'm going to get Tabletop Junkie back for this.
Oh, good for you.
The curator at the British Museum is obviously on very good terms with Dr. Smith. His name is William Robinson.
Fair enough.
And I'm going to sit back there and wait for someone to work out exactly what I just did to you.
Yes, we will get there. Anyway, as you guys are going through some of the... What are you guys doing there at the library specifically?
Just going through the books.
I mean, there's the reading room there. Well, several reading rooms, I think. There's obviously the shelves and the rest of it for what anything you particularly wish you wish to look at, and in fact anything else. Obviously, if there's anything else you want to see in London, obviously I'm relatively familiar with that. I don't go up there every week, but I'm certainly relatively familiar with London.
Anyway,
I was going to ask Table, could I possibly do a spot hidden roll for and just come across? Well, no, never mind. No, never mind.
No. Finish that question.
Oh, I was going to say, is it possible that I could just come across something that could help in our future adventures?
I would say you're looking for the words library research.
Or the lot.
I'm just saying I come across something. Plus, I do also have used library too.
Give me a spot hidden roll. Let's see if you find something great.
Okay.
You shouldn't have said that because I do have a high spot hidden roll.
Good for you. The difficulty is a lot harder than you think.
30 and 80, or 38, I should say.
Is that a half or a fifth?
It is just 3 points above a half.
3 points above a half. You know what? You don't find anything particularly. You do find a lot of books. You did find some books on the occult, but or basic theories on occult of stuff that happened years ago in multiple parts of the world. Meanwhile, while you're actually reading, you notice that someone picked up one of the books and goes doing some light occult reading, Mr. Carmichael, and you look and it's Mr. Mame Makarat again.
Mr. Makarat, it is interesting to see you here. How can I help you?
Oh, I was just stopping in. I like trains. So I like to read books about trains. You know, some of the history of how trains began and stuff like that. It's one of my many vices, on top of smoking and drinking. But I just fancy to see you here. Are you enjoying the library? Do you have anything like this over in the U.S.?
We have many libraries in the United States. There, I think, like there is, but we have in my hometown, we have a relatively small public library right now.
Closest is probably the Library of Congress.
Oh,
I think.
yes, but I'm from Kansas City, so.
No, I was saying, player knowledge. The closest to the British Library would probably be the Library of Congress in the States. I think.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Carmichael, I was just stopping in to say hi. You, Mr. Carmichael, you do sure know how to surprise someone. You have a great day, okay?
You too. You have a nice day, sir.
And he walks away. Meanwhile, what is Brian doing while these two are out exploring London and at the library reading? What are you currently doing? Are you able to even move yet?
I don't know. Should I roll another Constitution check?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to increase the difficulty because we're doing so many of these. So I know you've been failing, so I'm going to have to make it more dramatic.
I got an 8.
You got an 8?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Geez.
Is that below the half or the fifth?
I don't think that it's below the 5th.
Below the 5th. Okay. You managed to make a decent recovery by, like, it's actually in the afternoon going into evening. You stayed in your room all day. You decided to get out and get some fresh air. You once you leave the room, you go to one of the recreation areas where you can just sit and enjoy the scenery.
Mm-hmm.
And as you sit on a park bench, someone else sits next to you and says, I fancy meeting you here, kind sir. I haven't seen you all day. How have you been?
I could be better.
Yeah, you...
But thank you for asking.
Oh, no worries. I had to make sure you were okay after last night's passing out. I'm sorry, where are my manners? My name is Mr. Mame Makarat. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you as well. I don't suppose did we meet before?
No. The other night I was staring at you and your friends, and I do apologize. I was actually mesmerized by the... Well, what can I say? I was mesmerized by the conversation you guys were having. From the sounds of it, sounds like you guys trust Dr. Smith's lecture and theories.
I mean, I've never personally experienced anything he's describing that I can remember anyways, but I keep an open mind about such things.
All right. Well, I'm thinking about joining the expedition as well as donating for, funding it financially. How about you?
I am definitely joining.
Awesome. So how does this work with you being a famous baseball player, is it?
Yes.
Well, I mean, if baseball doesn't work out, you could always do cricket. You were really good at the game yesterday.
Yes, but I have a contract with the Red Sox, so you know what that means.
Yeah, binding. There's more than one contract. Contracts come in many forms, and there's more than one way to forge a contract. There's more than one way to break it.
Of course, I don't disagree necessarily, but I do have to respect the fans I have and show up for the games.
That you do. Well, Mr. Lawless, I haven't really had a chance to ask you, but I am curious. What is it that you bring to the table regarding Mr. Smith's or Dr. Smith's lecture? I'm curious on your theories or your area of study. You can't tell me that you're all baseball player and no brains.
I'm afraid so.
Really? That's interesting. Well, Mr. Lawless, I think you're going to surprise many people, including yourself. If you must... oh, man, look at the time. If I can, I must dismiss myself. I have another appointment. You have a great day.
Of course.
All right, and he leaves. So you guys spend the rest of the day just doing what, getting ready for, because at this point it's about heading into evening and nighttime, and you guys go through your same routine.
Before we do that,
okay,
Gregory, you've met this Mr. As well. He seemed surprisingly interested in us. Interesting coincidence meeting him here.
Are you talking to Brian? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was talking to Greg.
Oh,
sorry, I didn't realize that you're talking to me. Sorry.
I said, Greg.
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Sorry, you've met this gentleman before as well.
Yes, I bumped into him at the park yesterday after breakfast. He's a very curious fellow.
Yes, curious in more ways than one. I bumped into him as well. He seemed very interested in
In the professor.
yes, and in us. He was. I'm intrigued. He said he owns a shop, albeit a successful shop in London.
Did he mention what shop that was?
No, he didn't. He did mention it was successful, but so I'm just obviously it's simply successful that he doesn't need to be there during the day. But then perhaps he has staff to run it. This is not, but I'm intrigued as to what someone who's a shopkeeper would necessarily have sufficient funds to be able to fund.
He mentioned to me yesterday that he had deep pockets. His family had deep pockets, so
that may well be.
Yes,
that may well be an interesting one.
Probably also why he's not over in Turkey in Turkey right now helping with the war.
Indeed. There is definitely this. Interesting. So if we do decide to join the Professor's Expert, well, I kind of think the winds are blowing us in that direction. Will be interesting to see what his interests actually are. They might have, of course, one might be doing the gentleman a grave injustice, but I do find it. Maybe it's just paranoid. Well, maybe it's just having fought the war. It's now 3 times. Well, twice we've come across him. 3 times in total.
Yes.
Which is an interesting.
I think it is time for us. I think it is time for us to head back to the hotel. Have you made a decision on the professor's offer?
I think probably yes.
I'm still on the fence on the decision.
Yes, I would definitely like to know more.
He's talking about messing with things that maybe we shouldn't mess with.
Yes, I can see your point, but on the other hand, we have from our own experience knowledge that there are things beyond our experience.
Well, we obviously did experience something down in that hole.
Yeah,
The question is why is it that we don't remember, and for what reason should we not?
I mean, I suspect that the reason we don't remember is that our minds don't want to. Something happened that was to chase our brains, that frightened our brains out, if you like. Then, I mean, amongst other things, the professor is still, when it comes down to it, a friend of mine, and I have interests along those lines. So I think I am, in all probability, I am going to accept his invitation. I would definitely like to know a lot more, though.
Okay. Well, let us head back and see how our third friend is doing.
Indeed. If he has,
so you guys returned back to the hotel. You were served dinner, and the night is wrapping up once again. More cigars and brandy was offered.
Is Brian's there, I take it?
This time we're keeping Brian away from the alcohol.
Brian, have you made the acquaintance of a Turkish gentleman named of Mehmet
Makarat?
Yes, I have actually.
He has approached us 2 times already.
Yes. Interesting.
Quite a dear old fellow, if I must say so.
Yes, definitely seems. Then again, our history is still we to necessarily judge. It's interesting to know that he has definitely seemingly gone out of his way to make acquaintance of all of us.
Yes. He says that he did mention that he will be wanting to, he also mentioned that he will more than likely be joining the expedition that the professor has planned.
Yes, so perhaps he's trying to find out more about what the professor's ideas are by finding out more about his potential expeditioners.
Intelligence check, Draco.
Intelligence check. Okay. Hold on, let me see. First of all, where am I? I know that's a good one. That's a very good. Okay, no, that's a very good one. That is a half success.
Half success? That is a hard success. You have a flashback of the speech where the doctor was being secretive because he didn't want all the information out without knowing who was on his side. By recalling that memory, you seem to think perhaps the doctor has made enemies.
You know something? Thinking about it, knowing Julius as well as I do, academia, you gentlemen may not be aware of this, academia can be a very cutthroat, not necessarily physically cutthroat, but intellectually cutthroat and endeavor. You notice he concerned about other people publishing before him.
I think
It seems to me perhaps he may even have enemies of more than just. I mean, perhaps he's trying to keep too much vague, as if he has enemies who are more than just an academic in nature. I don't know.
Well, I think it's possible that the professor may be diving into something that he shouldn't be, and some people may be out there. There may be some people out there that does not want that kind of information released to the public.
Yeah.
I think we should probably keep a close eye on Mr. Makarat. Keep a close eye out for him, and keep a close eye on him if he is ever around again.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's possible, of course, that I don't know what your position is like for long-held secrets and so on and so forth, but yeah, it would not surprise me if secrets have keepers whose role is to ensure that those secrets remain secret, shall we say.
And the scene cuts
Yeah.
right there, and the scene cuts right there in mid sentence, and it goes 2 days later. So for the past 2 days, you guys have had some very special events. There was a tour. They did throw together, the hotel threw together a tour guide to show you guys around London a little bit, and to have some fun outside. You guys have many different types of foods for breakfast. They have had fruit there for lunch, and dinners have been either some form of steak or high-class meat. And then, once again, cigar and brandy for the last 2 days. So, you guys have had no interaction with Mame at all for the last 2 days. So, right now, it's getting to be about... It is, you guys have been there for approximately 4 days. So this is like the 4th or 5th day for you guys. So what have you guys been doing this whole time? Like, how have you guys been enjoying yourselves? And we are going to start off with, we're gonna. I'm not gonna be picking on Witch King anymore. I always made him be the first because how he does his character. But I want to hear from Ravenwolf first. How do you spend your last couple days?
If there is an equivalent to Company's House, I'm seriously tempted to see if I can find out what I can about Mame. If he is registered as business owner. I genuinely don't know if that will be the case nowadays. Never mind in the 1920s. But if there is such a thing, I would sort of like to sort of see if I can find out what sort of business he has, etc.
You find out that he owns a store of mini trinkets and toys. And that is what you gather from just the guests around you. He has spoken to other guests. He's even spoken to the Martins.
Oh, where's also the professor's assistant?
You guys have not seen him since you guys arrived. But he did say, Beddoes did say he was going to come back in 7 days.
Okay.
You got
So
you got
2 or 3 days left.
Yep. How does Brian handle all this?
He's a little freaked out. He's looking for alcohol, doesn't find any, and then he pulls out a deck of playing cards and said, "Anyone want to play a game?"
Does Brian have a alcohol addiction?
Situationally, I think he does.
Okay.
he's kind of been dry for a long time, like 6 years, but in his teens and 20s, when he first started getting into baseball, he used to drink a lot.
Okay.
A lot.
Like, how much is a lot? Are we talking about like one sip or one beer or something like that, and he's out?
No, I think what contributed to his low constitution right now is that he made himself, like, ill from drinking so much. Like, he had to be hospitalized at one point.
So basically, he's kind of destroyed his tolerance.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And it's also destroyed a lot of his other immune system functions because of that.
You're having
So
a
he
flash.
So
We're gonna stop right there.
Never
And Brian, you are currently having a flashback of you waking up in a hospital with your fiance crying next to you. You remember that this time you pushed yourself a little too far because you heard something that reminded you of the war, and you got scared and you drank yourself nearly to death.
Does anything weird happen in this flashback?
No, you just remember how emotional it was for you when you woke up to see her next to her bedside, and that she made you promise to not drink like that again. And then the flashback.
Mm-hmm. Although if we've been married for 6 years, or fiancés for 6 years, because he's 26, he's not in his 30s.
it could be an older fiance, and one that he broke up with.
That's true.
We didn't
Maybe
we didn't actually establish how long you guys have been together.
I mean, it could be that this is the time. Could be a fiance that said, I can't take this anymore. Goodbye." That could probably snapped him back into sobriety.
Intelligence roll, Brian.
Okay. Let me look at my character sheet real quick. Okay, hold on. Why is it loading? Come on. No, here we go. So intelligence is 35. Let's see. 15.
Out of 35? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You have been together for 6 years, but you just asked her right after you drank yourself to death. This was a year ago, right around the time that Margaret passed away, is when you did that little incident. So you've only been fiancés for about a year. You're actually
okay. We've known each other for 6 years.
Yep. And you are planning to be married either by 1921 or 1922.
Mm-hmm.
And my friend, remember, you don't want to ruin yourself. It's not just yourself. You also have that young lady back home who may well be relying on you and would probably prefer that you not do yourself any more damage.
I realize that. It's just so hard being here.
Indeed, and I understand, and believe me, I understand, and I understand the need to retreat. But perhaps holding on to her might make it easier for you to not drink so much.
Of course, I'll stop. Don't worry.
Give me a power roll.
Don't.
Okay. 49 under 55.
Okay, all right, fine. I'll give that to you.
Thank you.
Don't be too annoyed with us, but we have asked the staff to avoid handing you any alcoholic beverages. We're doing this just as your friends.
I understand, but I may not understand later, just so you know.
That is that's kind of the point.
Having you pass out just from one sip, earlier this week, was enough to kind of scare all of us.
I understand.
It's not always easy. we've all have our demons, and I suspect our generation has, with what we've all been through, we probably have more demons than many.
Yes, of course. I think all of us.
Perhaps
fought-
the only
We fought the war to end all the wars, and then we went through a near apocalyptic plague.
Yep.
perhaps the only I'm not unfamiliar with history, and I suspect that perhaps the only people in the entirety of human history who may understand we went through those of your a quick bit of maths, parents and maybe grandparents' generation in the 1860s.
The American Civil War.
Precisely. That's probably the only other conflict which was industrialized the way the one that we went through was.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you also had the Crimean War, too, back just a number of years before.
You did, but I don't think that. But
No, I'm talking about the Brits did. The Brits and the French.
no, yeah, we did, but I don't think the Crimean War was quite as. Could be wrong. I mean, as our character, I don't think the Crimean War was quite as intense and industrialized as the American Civil War. I think there was a change there.
The Crimean War was basically like a much like the end of the American Civil War. The Crimean War was much like a pseudo prelude.
That ends the current end game day. You guys probably take the night to stay with Brian to make sure he doesn't sneak off and possibly sneak any wine from the kitchen. Perhaps you guys share a room. I don't know. That's up to you guys. And the next day comes along. Brian hasn't had any drinks because you guys have been great friends, but there is a poker tournament happening on this current day. Do you guys like a game of poker? Does your characters like a game of poker?
Might as well.
No.
Might as well give it a fun shot.
All right. I think, so you go down and you sign up for a game of poker. They get some people together. You don't notice Mame being around at all.
Interesting. I kind of was wondering if he was going to show up at all.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen him for a few days.
Nope. It's been a few days. Is there a gambling skill in this game? I don't think so.
No.
No? Okay. I think it would be
unless it comes under arts and crafts, possibly. Might be an arts and craft.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull something up here because I just want to see something. I want to see something here real quick to see if I could. Just to see what kind of I could just probably pair it up with any attribute. It'd be fine. I'm thinking. I'm thinking.
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
I was going to say is that gambling, poker is all about bluffing your opponent.
Yep. And know how to do it. So I'm gonna have you, Chris, since you're into it. You're gonna have to. Your character's got to give me an education roll.
An education roll. Okay.
Yep.
Education roll.
Yep. Education roll.
Education
is also know-how.
I won. I got a 3.
Holy crap!
Oh, nice.
Holy crap! Well, there was a pot, and you won some money from the hotel. I don't know how much, but we'll figure that out later. Holy crap! How do you spend the victory? Cigar and brandy. Also, compliment courtesy of Dr. Doctor.
Depends how much
Haley
he's
Smith.
won. It might be. He's won a significant amount. It might actually be banking or something to give a little bit more reserve, especially since he's got, I believe, the lowest credit rating of all of us.
Mm-hmm. We will get to that later. How do you guys wrap up this night?
Oh, let's go to picture show.
Yeah.
Picture show it
Yeah.
is.
And we'll put the tradition of having popcorn.
There's probably popcorn there.
No, I don't know, man. It may not have been started until the 20s, so let's see if we invented it.
Did 1920s even? I think 1920s had popcorn, didn't they?
Yeah, popcorn, I think, has existed since the 19th century, but I don't know when it exactly got associated with movies.
No, in the 1920s, popcorn existed.
No, I'm not saying it didn't exist, but I don't know if it was associated with movies then.
Yes, it was. It actually started in 1920s.
Yeah, I think it's silence. I don't think talk is start actually coming in till the end of the decade. By the looks of it.
Yeah.
I think it's like, I think talkie movies are maybe about another 5 or 6. About another decade or so. So.
Oh, and initially it was banned because they thought it would ruin the movies, because movies back in this time, when you were doing picture shows or movies, regardless what it is, even silent films was considered a high-class event. So
well, luckily the good professor's paying for us.
Well, you do get some snacks. We'll just put it that way. We'll just say, you know what, this is a private event. So it doesn't matter about class. It's private.
What it is? What time period of the year are we looking at again?
1920 exactly.
I know, but what time of the month of the year, or what is?
I would say about
month?
September.
Okay.
I'm
just looking at various movies from the 1920s that could possibly be interesting to us. Hey, why not?
Yeah,
there's a lot. I'm trying to find maybe something like a. This one doesn't have a date to it, but it's called The Shadow Between. It's supposed to be a crime movie.
So, when was Birth of a Nation made?
1915, and we will not be watching that.
All right, you know
I
what?
don't think Disney started yet, has it? I don't think Disney started till the 30s.
Disney started in the 1930s.
Yeah.
What was that?
Shouldn't we be wrapping up the games here? I think we've been playing for at least 4 hours by now.
Yeah, it's 3 hours and 45 minutes. I'm trying to get past this next section so that way we can pick up on some real stuff next section.
That's fine. I've got no problem. It's 1 o'clock in the morning for me, so I don't mind carrying on for a while.
Mm-hmm. So, I've got. So here's what we can do. It'll be up to you guys. You guys can just describe how you guys live out your next 2 days. You will not come in contact with Mame Makarat. Part of the reason is you ruined that. No, I'm just kidding. You guys started catching on to some things. So I'm like, yeah, I gotta back that off.
Well, I was gonna try and follow him when the next time I met him.
Yeah, I kind of picked up that vibe, so that's why I backed this character off at the moment. So
try and actually make till we can find out about him.
I think 2 of the 3 of us was more interested about the wider things that were going on than the one last person here.
Well, I said it says investigators on the character sheets.
Oh my god! Yeah. Oh boy, you guys cracked me up. I think it's time to get into some real stuff here. So, okay, so he doesn't really make an appearance at all on the new day. As you guys wake up, it seems like a pretty normal day. Nothing happens. Not sure if Brian's gonna be drinking or not, but you guys have your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It seems like he has left the building.
Hey,
Brian left the building?
No, Mame.
I did.
Oh, Mame. Okay. I was like a little.
Okay.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, I mean, I was spending the time just touring London, going to the museum periodically, and keeping an eye out for Mame.
Oh yeah. Yep. You do not see. What does Brian do? What does Brian do at this time?
I think he's gonna write a letter to his fiance.
Okay. All right. You do spend the afternoon doing that, and you manage to get it mailed out before the end of day.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like.
And then we probably go to a restaurant or something like that. That's like all we can do, really. Go to a movie, go to a play, go shopping. I'll pay for everything.
Yeah. You guys have had a lot of.
I mean,
you know what's funny? Why doesn't someone give me any one of you? Only one though can give me an intelligence roll. Give me an intelligence roll. Let's see if there's an idea you got about why that is.
Why? What is?
Why Dr. Smith is paying for everything. You guys have seen a lot. You guys have been practically on a paid vacation. And you've been here for almost 8 days. You are on the 8th day right now.
that's 2 over 50, a 5th success.
Wow.
I have a 19, and my success is my success would have been 15, so I'm 4 over.
Wow. You got a higher int than I've got then.
Yes, but you have an extreme success where he has what, a hard success, or is it extreme success?
So it would have been a 5th.
Oh, okay.
If it was 4 lower.
Oh, okay, so it's a hard success. All right. So you don't get it, but Ravenwolf gets it. I'm gonna let him get it. I already told you guys only one can have it. You have found it strange. Draco has found it strange that Dr. Smith has been in isolation this entire time.
Well, I do know. Yeah.
But he's a people's person. I told you that at the beginning.
Yeah.
Did he ever accompany you on one dinner party that he's hosted for you guys all week?
Oh. You know, it's very unlike Julius. Quite so secretive. I mean, all the stuff he's paid for. I understand what Bellows said. Bellows said he's in doing research, but unlike him. I mean, I don't think. I mean, even shortly after his wife passed away, I don't think I've ever seen him. I mean, I don't see him every week, obviously, but I don't think I've seen him like this before. Something a bit odd, more than a bit odd with this.
It is very true. The
Yeah, I mean,
doctor hasn't been around for a while.
Yeah, I mean, Beddoes said he was going to be. Beddoes was going to be back in a week, which is going to be today or tomorrow, I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm almost tempted to go and over to the prof's place, or to the professor's place. I mean, I've been there a number of times. Or at least try to contact him, see if he's okay.
I suggest that we wait for Beta. What is the guy's name?
Beddoes, I think it was. Beddoes.
Beddoes. I think it's best that we wait for Beddoes to return inquire about the doctor, and then if we don't get a straight answer out of him, I think all of us should go and confront the good doctor and find out what exactly is it he wants from us.
The good doctor,
Yeah.
and remember, Dr. Smith and Beto said that they were returning on this day to check up on you guys to see what you were thinking.
The doctor said he was coming back as well. Oh, right. Okay.
Yep. Not on this day. It's going to be the next date, so tomorrow.
Okay, so in that case, yeah, well, he should be back tomorrow to say hi to see us. So, definitely have to see him tomorrow. Yeah, it's definitely unlike him. It's almost as if we've been running around almost as we've been kept busy so we don't think about it. Which I don't think I like.
Well, the doctor has been acting strange since the last time that we have all been together. When we were all being treated by him, he was very much open and friendly to us, but now he seems to be distant.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, it's quite unlike him. To be quite so distant.
Yes.
It's not something I'm overly comfortable with, shall we say.
I can understand. Well, we need... Well, for the safety of the professor from the suspicious mimic person, I think we should probably all go with him on this adventure, I guess. This journey.
Yes, I can see that.
I may have my reservations about this expedition, but for his safety, I think it's best that we protect the doctor.
Yes, yeah.
Professor, doctor, whichever.
I mean, if what Mehmet's kind of alluding to has any merit that is anything to do with what happened to us, we might find out more about what it was that actually happened if we want to. I mean, if it was that bad that our brains decided to just go and hide and completely blank it, yeah, I'm not entirely certain we want to know, but you're right. I mean, I think we need to go. Yeah, I think we need to go with him. Go on this expedition.
Yes.
All three of you in agreement?
Brian?
Yeah.
All right. You guys spend the rest of your day deep in thought about what this expedition is going to be, what it was he was talking about, what it was he was trying to keep secret, and you're hoping to get finally some answers, as he promised to meet with you guys the very next day. As you guys wake up in the morning, you guys go down to breakfast. A newspaper is delivered. I need all of you to give me a spot hidden roll.
Okay.
What about the professor having been killed?
And you guys are looking for one success or a hard success. If you get a hard success, you get a bonus. If you do a regular success, you only get one thing.
Ooh.
I got a hard success.
I got a hard. I got so split hidden 45 is 22 hard success, and I got a 15.
Okay.
I have a 20. I rolled the 24, and my hard success is 35.
That's fine. All right, so hard for Carmichael, hard for Lawless, and what is Draco getting?
Odd. 22 out of 50.
Okay, so you wow, wasn't that just destiny or was it not destiny?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you each get a newspaper and you guys notice the headline. Man dies 3 times in one night. 3 bodies in hotel. Each man carries same identity. Something you guys have not noticed this entire time. When you guys were walking around, it seemed like the staff was on edge and you're not sure why. 3 slain men were discovered last night in a London hotel, each bearing positive identification as Mr. Mamay Macaret of 3 Brophy Lane, Islington. Each had been stabbed through the heart. Maids at the Chelsea Arms Hotel discovered the remains. The room also was registered in the name of Mr. Macaret. Bonafide papers identify the trio as one man, the Macaret, who is a Turkish antique and art dealer doing business in the city. The victims bear superficial resemblance, and each had passed as Mr. Macaret since arrived in London many days ago. Confusingly, the real Mr. Macaret, or at least the man described by neighboring shopkeepers as Mr. Macaret, cannot be found. Police request that he come forth. The passports of the Turkish nationals record independent worldwide travels for each man over the past 3 years. Inspector Fleming of Scotland Yard is at a loss to describe the meaning of the bizarre mystery, but is eager to converse with any other Mamay Macarets still living. You guys flip to the second page, and there's another headline that says, Professor Holmes burns. Fears for his safety. Professor Julius Arthur Smith, a figure well known in academia, was sought today following the burning of his home under mysterious circumstances. Missing also is Dr. Smith's butler, one James Beddoes. Witnesses saw a man resembling Beddoes run from the house just before the fire broke out. Anyone knowing the whereabouts of Dr. Smith or Beddoes is requested to contact Detective Sergeant Rigby at Scotland Yard's Arson Division.
Boom, boom.
Oh dear. Gentlemen, I think things have become a little bit worse than they originally were.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think it is best that we need to try and find the good doctor. He helped all of us, we need to help him.
Yep. Definitely.
Yep.
Well, you wouldn't have to look very further. As you guys get ready to investigate the situation, you guys did each return to your rooms to prepare to leave the hotel. As you return to your rooms, you notice on the floor, each of you received a message. You turn it over, and you realize it was the calling card of Dr. Smith. And on the back it says, "Come at once, I haven't long. For God's sake, let no one follow you. J.A. Smith." And on the calling card is an address to a low-class area of London called Cheapside.
All right.
You guys know for a fact that the doctor would not be there, or that he would not be caught in an area like that.
Something's not right about this.
No.
I'll go and I will fetch Brian, and I'll take Brian down to Draco's room and make sure that there's no one around while we walk in to talk.
Okay.
Close the blinds and all that stuff. I would close the curtains.
I'm glad we don't have any telephone taps.
Something is not right here, gentlemen. The doctor would not be in a place like this.
No.
But not only is something not right, he wouldn't be in a place like that. He is also, his house was burned down.
Yeah.
And also another thing that's not right is, how does a man die more than once?
Yes.
Did
Well,
are we certain that we were speaking to the same guy each time we spoke to Mamay?
You were, but now you're not.
I think it is best that we go and follow this clue. It's the only clue. It's the only link we have to the professor.
Yes.
Unless we go and try and find, God, his name also. Yeah, his name always wants to slip my mind. Yes, and unless we go and try and find him and see what he knows. We would have to ask around and see if we can find any clues about where he disappeared to.
Yeah.
What do you two think?
I think we should follow up on this. There's nothing more than I like than going back to play baseball, but it's the off season, so I guess we'll just investigate this.
Should we go to follow the clue about where the doctor is, or should we try and investigate where Betos went?
I think we should investigate the doctor first.
We could split up. We could.
We could, but tell me how often that worked when we were in the military.
Yeah.
Depends on the mission.
There's also, I would suggest, gentlemen, the fact that I probably know London a little bit better than you.
Oh yeah, like Brian was only in like a section of London.
I mean, it's not quite my home, but I've been here often enough,
and I've been touring. I've been walking around and touring London as throughout the week.
But you've never been to Cheapside.
That is true.
Oh.
So we shall go and follow this lead with the doctor, and if we don't see anything there, we should go and investigate, try and speak with, or try and find clues to Beto's disappearance.
Yes, I think so.
Yep.
I honestly think so.
Very well. Let us go.
All right, off you go. You guys made it to the address at Cheapside, and you find a grimy building on an undistinguished street.
Can I do a spot hidden check to see if we're being followed?
All right, give me a spot hidden roll to see if you're being followed.
I have a 50, so that's below my 70, but it's above my
half, so
50%.
Regular success. You are not being followed. You go up and you knock on the door. And we're going to stop it right there. Good place to stop. Right?
And it's just starting to get good.
A bit of a snail's pace, but this allowed you guys to, I'm going to say this right now, and I'm going to say it in front of our entire audience. I think I've learned more about Brian Lawless than even Witch King knows about his own character. I think even Witch King knows more about his own character now than he did before he started. You broke up there a little bit. What did you say? Whoa. Witch King, you might want to jump out and jump back in. You're breaking up real bad. We're a little messed up, people. We'll be right back. All right. Try it now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, that's better. Whew.
Okay, because my voice connection was almost green in 3 bars, so I don't know what was wrong.
No, neither do I. But what were you saying?
I was saying... Actually, I don't remember what I said.
Something about you knowing your character.
Oh, yeah, and I said, I really do.
Yeah. But, well,
it's interesting.
Go ahead.
So you do so much that I think you do that, and then when you start playing the game, that's when you feel like you've got ideas, and you think, okay, sounds like it, and then it does. You fill out, and you think, okay, so that's why that happened, or whatever. I think it's
Yeah.
a sign of a good game is that you start playing. You think you know what your character is, but you think, okay, and then you say, well, actually, no, I can go with that, or I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't thought of that through or something. So yeah, you find. I mean, saying to Tabletop during the break, there's a couple of things that I hadn't. I might have to change or adapt slightly to my idea of Draco's background because of things that have happened. Okay, I hadn't expected us to have fought together, but for start, so these things come in. So yeah, it happens. I think, which is really good.
Well, that was one of the rules, or not rules, but advisements under the rules for Call of Cthulhu. Chris can even contest to this. We were reading that the keeper should come up with a way, either the keeper or the players, find a way to come up with why they're connected through the scenario.
Yeah.
And
for example, the video that we watched was that the one character's deceased husband fought in World War I with the uncle of another character, and then that character caught the attention of a sailor who saw her at the docks.
Yeah. So I figured, since you're all carrying the War Package Experienced Hero Pack, I thought that would be the best way, and you're all connected to World War I thought that would be a best way to introduce each other. So that's why I told you guys, let me pitch the idea, and if you don't like it, I can understand that. I just thought it would be the best idea that anyone could come up with, really, because truth be told, Draco is from overseas while the other two are from the U.S. Serving in the military of the U.S., they might know each other, especially if they served in the same division. Where you wouldn't, because you'd serve in a completely different army. But then to come and think of it, Chris gave me the idea that you were, that you're part of an army that's allied, that was an allied force for us during that time period. So I was like, well, then you guys mysteriously met up, and you all found this mysterious cavern that none of you guys can remember. The reason why I did that, there's a reason why I did that too, that we are definitely going to play into later. I think, and this is just for my personal preference, and I'm saying this on stream real quick, I think there's nothing that we need to change quite yet. Just let everything develop. We're still early on in this game. Very early on. And as Witch King has mentioned to us before, this is kind of long. So this has plenty of time where we can play on everyone's backstory.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
we did complete 65% of the adventure today, of the first part. So we should be able to complete the rest of it next session. For our audience, I hope you guys enjoyed the laughter we had, because that's about over with.
Now the screaming, the horror, and the crying begins.
Now begins the killing. Or, well, I'm sorry. If you survive long enough, you kind of go insane, so it's not quite the killing yet. And that may still take a while, because none of you guys would spend any of your freaking luck points. So we have time. All right, well, let's get ready to say our good nights to the audience. And Colin, do you have anything?
Nothing. I can bloody hear myself again. Nothing other than the fact that, again, Alex and I are hoping that our little short story should be up on Amazon. I believe it's up on Amazon for pre-order at the moment. We are going to be launching it on Monday.
Awesome.
We've got a stream on FFS night. We will actually be launching. I mean, I say launching. It's a short story, so it's not a major bit. But and then in a couple of weeks time, 3 weeks time. We're also doing a stream comparing the Kevin Costner Robin Hood with Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Okay.
The two Robin Hood films, I think, which probably have some of the most iconic iconic lines from them.
Oh! We already talked about that. If you remember correctly, last stream we did last Friday was, oh my God, does he get another shot? And you look, and we were all making fun of it because your character got another shot.
Yes.
And,
yes, that's,
and I'm like, it's during the time when we all pulled out the script and go, he gets another shot.
Yeah.
Robin Hood Men in Tights, Mel Brooks movie.
We did that last session, last week on Castles and Crusades. While Chris over here had a character going practically Super Saiyan, because he jumped up from 10 to 14, which gave him a +1 to his strength, and he did better attacks. So, all right, Witch King, what do you got going on?
Well, in October, I'm probably going to write up a bunch of blog posts every day. So I really got to get started on that tonight or something. And I don't know if I ever mentioned this on the stream, but I am writing a Tales of Gore adventure for Postmortem Studios. And I won't say anything more, but just know that it should be coming out relatively soon.
Oh, nice.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's going to be an interesting game. That's going to be an interesting game to play, Gore. It's going to be really, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to play that with Tabletop so bad.
I read those books when I was teenager, the first ones of those.
I started reading them when I was in my 20s. I didn't know about them until then.
It's a really interesting. I think, amongst other things, I think it's the first place I came across a good description of a race which is trisexual.
Oh yeah, and we will get into the other stuff, but yeah, it's a really interesting setting, and some of the stories drag on a lot, but at the heart of them, there's a really cool pulp story in each of them.
Yeah.
All right. So, is there anything else?
Nope.
All right. SpartaChris, what do you got going on?
So far, nothing. I'm kind of doing some restructuring besides that work, and I'll be doing that horror movie marathon challenge that for the next month.
All right. Well, for me, I got a lot of stuff going on. Well, let me see what else I got going on. Guys, this is not really particularly our norm, but since we have started this endeavor, would you guys like to take a break from our normal scheduling program and do Call of Cthulhu next week?
Maybe it's just I was really wanting to play my new character in Castles and Crusades.
Oh, we don't have to. We could switch back to Castles and Crusades next week and get going on with that, and that way Chris can learn the D20 system a bit more.
Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I've got no problem with playing every week and alternating, but obviously that depends on what anybody else feels like doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I think I know what you're saying, Witch King, but we have when it comes to the Castles and Crusades, we have reached a point. We've actually reached a natural pausing point. Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying the Castles and Crusades campaign.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I could still probably get more work out because I did. It's just depending on how we start the next chapter. Although I do got to get with you guys to talk about the next chapter a little bit. But it was something. But that's because of something I was reading. But we'll talk about that next time. But yeah, if you guys want to go back to that, everyone, this is what I got going on. I got gamings going on every Friday. I could care less because I enjoy gaming. It is my favorite pastime. As well as spending time with my girlfriend, and my kids. So, and just to let someone else know, Chris, it is completely normal for new players to play 2 games at once. It does happen. It happened to me. I'm not sure if that was Witch King's experience.
No, I've played a lot of games at the same time. I even I don't even know why I started doing that, but I attempted to run a game every day of the week, and I just quit not even halfway through.
Oh wow!
I mean, amongst other things, it gives you the opportunity to, especially with doing something like this, where you've got a skills-based game and an experience-based game. It gives you a chance to sort of try the two if you've got any preference,
Well, I mean, so long as we can keep playing Castles and Crusades, I don't mind switching off and on with this and then Castles and Crusades every other Friday.
I just
want to keep playing Castles and Crusades as well.
Okay.
I mean, if it's not too much,
I could do that. I could do that. I could actually live with that. I could live with that decision because I'm not giving up on Castles and Crusades because this game was gonna eventually this Call of Cthulhu game was eventually, once we were done with it, we were gonna go back to Castles and Crusades anyway because that is my go-to game for everything. So that is the game I do want to play, especially with Chris, because something that you guys don't know about that Chris somewhat got a glimpse on, I may want to try and adapt Star Wars to the Castles and Crusades mechanic system because I think it would do good over there. And plus, I like the idea of having levels, getting gold and rewards and stuff. I love watching you guys or playing with you guys when you guys do that because that way I can just give you guys. You're like, oh my god, I found all this gold, and like you guys do get excited over that. You guys get excited over a lot of things. I'll tell you that much.
When you have
story points, I'll have to say that.
Well, when you have a castle keeper who is doing his best just trying to screw you over, having the little fine things is nice.
That's another thing is that I noticed towards the end of this thing. We've done these games, and I think and it's the only the only character who's actually got anything to an advancement. I mean, because if I remember right, you tick skills. I don't think you actually tick stats, do you? When you pass a success,
you don't do that for stats.
Because you can only improve skills, you can't improve stats.
Yep.
I've got no tick, so this is a game where with a game like Castles and Crusades, you go up, and when you go up a significant thing. You know it takes you a while to go. Whereas with a tick, a tick box game like this one, you find that you go up. It's a lot more. Going up is a lot more random because you may find you use several skills in one go and you get a chance, and then you find later on you don't.
By the way, we did succeed, I think, all of us on the search spot hidden check, so we should mark that. I believe.
Yes, thank you.
I was actually marking that. Yeah. And I didn't make you guys, and I made sure you guys were not doing it together to where you guys get all those ticks at the same time. So if I'm not mistaken, it's Gregory Gregory was successful with spot hidden checks up to 4 times, while Brian and Draco only did it once. So
yeah, but it's only one time you succeed, I believe. If you succeed once, you mark the tick.
So yes.
Unless you're calculating it.
Yep. You mark it every time you succeed. every time you do it and you succeed. So,
Mhm.
and the reason for that is because each one of those is going to be called what you call an improvement roll, where you roll a D100, you roll a percentile, and you it's like education. You got to roll above that skill. So, like, say his is 70, he gets to roll the D100 4 times. But let's say he only makes it one time, then that means he rolls a D10, and then it only goes up like how many points, whatever he rolls. If he rolls a 3, it only goes up 3 points. But if he makes, like, say he succeeds 4 times, he gets to roll 4 D10s. But let's say he gets 1, 1, 2, 4. That's like 8. He goes up 8 points. That's how that works. But that only also happens at certain parts in the game. So I'm not gonna have him do this roll yet because we're not at an improvement point yet. There is checkpoints for that in this game of when improvement points happen.
I've got a pretty damn good chance of passing any British English I have to make.
Yep. And then every time the skill
conversely,
reaches 90, anytime the skill also reaches 90, you also roll 2d6 and you gain that much sanity back.
Bugger.
Yeah.
Can I take my education down? No, because I've forgotten that. No, because I say so. That's great. I've got a 90% chance of passing. But conversely, I've then got a 10% chance of improving it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll touch base with that again in 2 weeks. So for everyone, this is what I got going on my channel. Please hit the like and subscribe button. I love having more and more subs, and we got more games coming out. And we got SpartaChris, who is no longer SpartaChris. You've upgraded from guest star to you're stuck with us now.
He's a cast member now.
Oh joy!
You
help me out! They won't let me go.
You've gone from after the credit titles to above the credit titles.
You're going to stay in that concrete room all night long. So
after
look at him, or you won't get out.
Nobody gets out of this. Plus, besides, I think you're enjoying the games. Are you not?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Oh, you're asking, my bad.
I was asking. I want to call him Greg, but I know his name's Chris. Well, hopefully next time we'll see some bleeding and some insanity loss and some luck point spending. I'm not sure about the magic points. We don't really see anyone here who's got that, but maybe it could happen. We'll see.
You need to learn these spells first before you do that.
Oh yeah. We'll have to see. So I want to tell everyone, have a great night, and thank you for tuning in. And remember to work hard, play hard, and game hard. Game on, everybody. We will be back next week with Castles and Crusades.